Apparently, if you read the history of design for kids, it disables chat, which is very interesting. I'm going to test it. It's a message. We disable it for all of our streams moving forward, so we don't have that problem tomorrow. So, wait, 45 minutes, everything set up. I'll take it as a game. If you can just get out, I'm going to get out with some folks. We're going to get started. For those who are online and listening, I'd love your feedback on the audio, especially with a whole bunch of new equipment history. So if the level is not good, I won't know, so I can work on it. There's my name, I have my phone number, feel free to text. I've got my phone with me. You can respond to text very well. Steve, can you give a quick shout out so I can see if it's working?
Okay, let's do a shout out. Is it working? Yeah. It's on. Not hearing on the poster.
It looks like it's working great. Try it again.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. There, I create something. Okay. Yeah, that works great. Good.
Okay. Let's go down for we're just lining I see. Are you good fresh? Not really. This is really weird. Yeah, I need to
talk about it again.
Always.
Those two.
Super good. It's working through this little mixer.
Yeah. It should be working. Yeah. Talking. That's odd.
Very odd.
It might be broken.
Yeah.
That'd be a shame. Is there a power for it?
Yeah. Okay. When I use my microphone.
When I turn this on, it's doing exactly what it needs to do. Yeah, and I can hear myself in the monitor. But when I set the monitor to a weird channel, and the video goes like that. But this is telling me it's working. Yeah, no, I'm saying online. We are ready to get started. I said, hi, Dan. Thanks for coming, buddy. It's great to see you. We're a little late. I apologize for that. Steve said he's very uncomfortable with public speaking, so we appreciate it. We don't have a lot of folks. There might be some in the lobby, but I think we should go ahead and get started. Where's Nardo?
Oh, yeah, we need him. Yeah.
Oh, he's ordering food.
The food thing is kind of interrupting things.
Kevin's here. We can start now.
Oh, thank you. He's got the ultimate Amiga retro shirt now.
He's got a good one. Maybe we should do the AmiWest shirt contest.
Yeah.
We all line up like our models.
Yeah.
And then all the cameras are white.
But no flow, no water.
T-shirt, Amiga contest.
Okay, let me check our viewership numbers. Oh, looks like one person's left. They're out. Okay. Sound is horrendous. I got something like this. Okay, thanks, Trevor. I appreciate that. Let me try to figure out what's going on. I'll figure this out.
This is part of our what we needed. Okay, so some sound here. Really?
Yeah, of course.
He's working on it. The newsletter. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. I don't know if the past few payment shows, but it's us. Payment fee. Oh. Okay. I'm sure that's there. Robert Max is good. Yeah. You don't need Charles Hofer. He here? Oh. He'll be back. Yeah. Yeah. I can go relatively quick. Won't take too long. Oh. Hammer fixes any computer problem. Yeah. Oh, always fun.
We got to remember our cues.
Oh, is that your laptop then, Steve?
Yeah, just
Oh, good.
when
I'll put my presentation on your
I
laptop.
drag one along.
That'll be easy.
Yeah, just in case I was right, I needed it. I've got it on here too.
Yeah.
There you go. You never know.
You
At the show, things are random. So.
You bag my generation.
On the cover of Amiga World.
Talk.
Okay, I am talking. Still can't get audio on the stream, man. Unusual.
Laptop, tablet, it should have been here. Like dog tags. Should have been here. It's a 64.
Wonder what's up with that.
No.
Cable?
Yeah, go straight back to the
Remember last year we had a bad cable.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad cable.
That's the extent of my technical knowledge.
He was also rebooted.
Right now, I don't actually know where it's coming from. What is actually going
And you still create it that good. You don't want to see my first Word art.
Charles?
How much time do you need for your presentation? 63? Well, I can't beat you. Okay. I'll try to be quick. I got 20 minutes left in my slot.
Lead into lunch when the sandwiches come, we can chow
we
in
might be
lunch.
waiting there anyway.
I don't think you can interrupt lunch. This crowd.
Do you have to set stuff up? I guess you could use my PC. Do you need to set up stuff, Charles? Can you do yours? Okay. But HDMI output? Uh-oh. You only have an HDMI input display. Unless you have a USB stick, you could use this one. Okay. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
It will not stop.
Gotcha.
That's my one complaint about this Windows 11 box. Can't turn off that screen like can't, it's in the center. Yeah. Yeah. Quite good. It doesn't matter what you do, it cannot stop it. I've installed Linux, that's the only way to stop it from being stupid.
I have an Apple Watch, but I didn't.
It's okay.
Well,
Either laptop won't even turn on sometimes. Randomly.
it's an amazing.
I just updated that one to 11 too. It was 10 before. Didn't matter. Still won't turn on.
They call it sweet.
What is this one? Acer. The other one's Acer.
And so they did this power on.
Very nice. Sometimes the screen will turn on for no reason.
I'll go check the food order queue. Is it done? Yeah. Were you last? I was the last. Oh, okay.
It's good.
Sure.
Happy.
Did your math? For me? You did it?
Still trying the audio there.
Yeah, so it's 90% off, is it? 95% discount.
With a 90% tip from me.
Post discount, sure. No problem. I'll gladly tip you 90% off. I have no problem with that. Order of operation.
Yeah, 90% is zero.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that sleeve is worth hundreds of dollars. Don't lose the sleeve, whatever you do.
The sleeve? Yeah.
You have no idea how long I waited for that sleeve.
Really?
Yeah, it's just, I kept all the,
Seriously, they have to set a sleeve?
aside for my new
No.
case, but just the
box.
my 12.
Oh, the box.
It's really clean.
After your presentation.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. It takes a lot of iterations.
Okay, just go. Let's go ahead and start, and then I'll try to figure this out. I don't know what's going on. I can hear it, but it's not great. But I don't know.
Okay. You have no gain, I guess.
Yeah.
He's got no gain. Got no
Okay,
gain.
Robert, ready to go? All right, so yeah, I'll start this up. I'll try to be quick. I think it was, I forgot to put in the place.
Whoa.
And then, that was incredible. Sorry about that.
The audio driver issue.
That's audio driver. Whoa.
Going back to Hans.
Anyway,
No one needs to go to the washroom now. We're all done.
yeah, I made a mess here. So yeah, they put the chip on after, so post-assembly. So the chip's there, don't worry, all the ports are working, but forgot to put the port. Audio driver DMA didn't work. We had an audio driver using polling, and when you ran it, what that means is you get choppy audio when other things are running at the same time. It was choppy, didn't work. This particular audio chip likes DMA, and direct memory access, I guess. I don't know how technical everybody is, but you need DMA to make this work because the audio chip that was put on there had, what was it, 8-byte buffer? That was it. So you had to feed this thing constantly, right? The audio buffer to get a waveform coming up and you make noise. And the only way to do that efficiently is DMA. So without that, it was pretty brutal. It worked okay, but anyway, we figured it out in the end. It was a kernel fix. The kernel was broken. Not configured correctly. Configuration problem. NGFS, that's the, what do we call that? Next generation file system bug. So yeah, preparing everything, got it all ready, try it out, got memory corruption on the disk. Well, this is a bad time to find out, right? Oh. So the NGFS, which is the default file system, wasn't working. It's like, not good. So I worked with a developer on that for a while, and we narrowed it down, figured it out last minute, got the fix in, and just in time, right? For that problem. That was nasty, because what I noticed was I was using a 2 gig drive, a very tiny one. Then I used a 4 gig drive, and it didn't work. Go back to 2, it works. Go back to 4, it works. It doesn't work. Weird problem, right? And finally figured it out. But that again added another 2-3 weeks. Why is that thing blanking out? That's odd. Oh, not that thing again. Go away. That sticky keys thing. No, no. A bit of a video issue now, eh? Unplug and plug it back in.
Try that cable.
There it goes. Is it stable? Stay. Incompatible software components. So we found out after everything was brought up that some components didn't work, some did, most did, some didn't. So I had to revert or disable the components that didn't work. You know, all that wonderful stuff. And then of course there was just delays and delays waiting for this, holidays, you know, people coming and going. So that just pushed the date out more and more and more. We were trying to get it out for Christmas, I believe, right? Yeah.
So which of those faults created the longest time to repair?
Oh, what took the longest?
Yeah.
Oh man, probably the kernel one actually, because that was brutal. That took months to find.
Okay.
A lot of work to find that audio driver bug.
Yeah.
Well, the audio driver worked.
Well, the audio driver was fine actually. That was
it
the
actually
red herring.
worked.
It was fine all the time.
But if you had more than 2 gig of memory in, it didn't.
Yeah, it was another symptom. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It was nasty. That one took the longest. Yeah, months in that one. So eventually, I believe that the month was March that we finally shipped, right? Okay. The guy in charge is nodding there. Oh my goodness. So that includes both Amiga OS Final Edition and Enhancer 2.2. And as a bonus, they threw DV player on there, full DV player with hardware acceleration. So that was nice. Nice little bonus there. Didn't have to, but wanted to make sure. So one of the cool things about having the hardware acceleration was you could play multiple movies at the same time, and they all just go, right? It's really cool. For an Amiga, that's pretty awesome. So also what was included was full-featured Radeon HD and RX drivers, a new U-boot with NGFS boot capabilities. Yeah, the bootable USB stick is a nice what would I call it? a nice product. Aeon produces it, and what you can do is you can take the USB stick, and it's got everything you could possibly need to boot it, and you just put that in and it boots. It's like a live Linux distribution. You just pop it in, it boots. That's a new thing for me. So usually you had to put in a CD, and do this, and do that, and it takes quite a while to get a system working. So that was a wonderful innovation, having that bootable USB flash drive. So hopefully that's the only way we deliver software from now on besides updates over the internet. Bootable USB and that, because the CDs are, well, it's hard to find a drive even now, actually. They're still around, but yeah. The CD-ROMs are quite dead. Oh yeah, I had to whip up an installation script quickly, because how do you get from the USB onto the hard drive? So did a little script there and got that working quickly. Another thing had to be done. So it's all these steps. Ooh. and finally got it out the door. Whew. That was fun. Oh yeah, I wanted to mention the huge team that it took to get that board out again. Just a nice mention of all of them. So that's all the corporations involved. There's a lot of corporations. A lot of corporations involved in this. All of them needed to cooperate in some form or another to get this out. It was quite a nasty big team. And then of course the human team, there's quite a few humans involved as well. This is just an incomplete list, I call it, but most of the key people are on there. You can see I just did it in alphabetical order, no preferences. So yeah, first name. A little different. Yeah, why not? It's my slide. But big thanks to everybody on the list. I guess I'm on there, but big, huge thanks, because a lot of these people work for free or put in extra time, right? Because if we actually paid everybody proper rates, yeah, this thing would cost like $10,000 a board, right? So, or more. Yeah, so it was a huge thing. Oh, and there's a little bit of a teaser here. So there are updates coming. There are updates. There are already some component updates out there that you can get through AmiUpdate or Updater, depending on what the component is. And there is an updated kernel with a faster CPU cache coming soon-ish. So we found another issue with the kernel there, that the CPU, you could get about, what was it, 20%? I think it was, 20% speed increase on some operations. It's a cache, so that's not everything. Also planning to update the USB flash drive. That's another thing we want to make sure to get the new updates on there and update that sometime soon-ish. I'm not going to make any dates, but that's what's coming down the pipeline. There is supposed to be updates coming soon, so we'll see how that works. But and that's all I had for the A1222 Plus. So now I'm off the hook, except for maybe the flash drive, right? Okay, so I'm not involved anymore, so it's over. It was quite the project. So. There you go. Any questions on what happened? And oh yeah, Mike. What happened? Well, that's what happened. Yeah. Oh, and then you can buy them. That's the other big thing, right? They're actually for sale. You can buy them, ship them, all that good stuff right now. So they are available. I think there'll be more news tomorrow on that.
Did you bring any here?
I personally am not involved with sales. So that man over there. Matthew, right there. Put your hand up. If you need one, that's the guy to talk to.
It's not mine, I'm buying.
Yeah. And he knows all the details about sales. I try to stay out of that.
Steve underplayed his role, by the way. Without Steve as the cat herd, as he said, it wouldn't have happened. Steve really did all the
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you for that. Now, I did have another short thing I wanted to do. I have a few minutes. That one.
Well, really, it's thanks to Kevin.
Yeah, really. I mean.
So Steve had time.
Yeah. Indirectly.
Indirectly.
Yeah.
Yes, I could, he thanked me for not employing him at the time, yes.
Thank you, Kevin.
Highly skilled ability to.
And thanks to your wife.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She tolerates a lot, to say the least. I just wanted to throw a little surprise thing in there about how did I actually create that USB flash drive? Because this is something users out there in Amiga land who use OS4 really should know how to make their own, right? So I thought, I'm going to give you a little preview of what it takes to make one of these suckers. It's not as easy as you think. So I wanted to go through a little blurb here. So I called it baking your own. So these are all the things you need to get going. First, you need some system already existing to do the file system formatting. So you need something, right? Now, I used NGFS, but you could use whatever file system you want, whatever. Target USB flash drive, I recommend 4 gig or a bit larger. I tried with 2 gig, a little too small. Just because of all the extras I put on. Because I put like web browsers on there, and you know, but if you keep it to just AmiWest and Enhancer, you only need 2. It fits fine with 2. You need the ISO, you need the LRT file. These are things that you have to buy. Disk image GUI, that's free. You can get that off the internet. And I just wanted to go through a couple things here. So I'm going to go quickly to try and not take too much of your time. You can read the screen. So the first thing you got to do is prepare the flash drive to install AmiWest and Enhancer, right? So you got to use the other machine for that. So you plug it into your other machine. You make your partition. I just use one large partition. That's it. Done. Then you make it, give it a name, auto mount, bootable, boot priority. Boot priority 1 is important. You want it 1 higher than 0 so that you can boot off of it when you have a hard drive in there and they're not conflicting with each other all the time. You just format it as usual. Now there's more steps in this in the background, but I'm just going to gloss over it. Then you install the OS. Now the OS is delivered as an ISO file. So you have to mount it. So I use disk image GUI to mount it. And once I mount it, I just go in there and I double click the installer, go through all of the questions, just default, 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 don't care, don't care, don't care. Give me default. Then you got to go in there and fix it because they did it wrong. So the installer doesn't do a decent job. So you have to go in there, fix the monitors. You don't have drivers, right? Because if you have a Radeon RX, you can't boot this thing. So what I do is I go to Enhancer, suck out the drivers, copy them over, edit the kick layout, and now I have video drivers on there with AmiWest. So it's just a basic blank thing, right? But not all the drivers are there yet because they're all on Enhancer, right? So then I install Enhancer. So I boot from this drive, wait for the pointless system snapshot. That's a dig at the guys because I said, why are you making a snapshot when everything's not on there yet? So I go in there, I suffer through waiting for 3-5 minutes for it to finish a snapshot. And then I just delete the file because it's useless. Anyway, because I haven't put the drivers on yet. Then I install Enhancer using their installer. And that's where the Ethernet and audio drivers are coming from. So you got those drivers kind of over here and over there. Then I have to fix all the problems with Enhancer because Enhancer has some buggy stuff. So I had to revert AMI PDF and a few things like this because they don't quite work right on the 81222. So for whatever reason. So, file some bug reports and get them fixed. Then, there's a cyclic dependency in there I had to fix. And then disable another thing, disk cache library is buggy for some reason. You can add smart file system, another component if you like it, to the kick layout. So you can see what I do is I run the official installer, then I fix things. And I run the official installer, then I fix things. That's kind of the thing you have to do. Then you do cleanup. So now you have your AmiWest installed, you have your Enhancer installed. Well, there's some stuff in there you don't need. So I removed a bunch of stuff, moved it around, made some space. Then I put some extras on there. And now I can run the system snapshot because it's got everything I really need on there. And that system snapshot gives you the capability to detect changes to your operating system, right? So if you do an update, it'll say, oh, you updated this. And it'll tell you, it's kind of like Windows snapshot in a way. It does a big hash of everything. So it can detect what files have changed. So I like to have that to check to see if some script or something underneath went and changed something without my knowledge. Right? So a system snapshot's a good way to detect stuff like that.
Is that a C command, a script? What is
Yeah, it's a C command. I use. It's called checksys. So.
Oh, the checksys.
Yeah. Yeah. As a beta tester, you should know about that.
Well, it's not called system snapshot.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, then I just installed extra software like a web browser or whatever, set up the Ethernet drivers, whatever I want to do to make my USB stick just the way I like it. Then you don't ever touch it again. And that's a hard thing to do. Because the idea is this is for emergencies, right? Now some people, they want to go farther and make it a system boot thing, but at that point I take an image of it, store it away, never touch it again until I need it, right? So that's kind of the whole cycle I had to go through about 30 times. Round and round and round, fixing things, moving things. Yeah.
Does the version of your boots on the motherboard know how to boot off an NGFS system? Or
Yeah.
Where does it, oh, it does?
Yeah, it can boot. Oh yeah, the motherboard boots off of NGFS, no problem. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then I got a little cake there. Forgot. Then you enjoy it. I tried using Dolly to make this. It's a defective, of course. That's our best AI we have so far. We can't even make a boing ball cake, but it's coming. It's getting better. I just said, give me a cake with a checkerboard, red and white. That's what it spit out. It's close, but you see the flaws there. I don't know if you had better luck with Dolly than I have, but.
There's a question online from First Ninja.
Ninja? Ooh.
First Ninja.
Oh, not the second one, the first one. First.
Does it mean that the OS is now feature complete on the A1222? And what does the roadmap look like?
Yes, it's definitely feature complete. You have to have both Amiga OS and Enhancer, though, to make it feature complete. The two together make it complete. And that's what we deliver when you buy a board. So if you buy a board, you get feature complete with all the licenses you need, everything ready to go, right? And then what's the roadmap?
Yeah, that was the question.
Well, that depends on the players involved. So that's Hyperion and Aeon to figure that out.
So not your department.
Not my department. There's some people here that might know. Yeah. Any other questions? Now, just to reiterate, that's like the top view of this process. I actually wrote scripts to automate most of it. And my manual steps, I think I sent it to Trevor, was, man, what was it, 3 pages long? All the steps if you did it manually? It's not easy. So, yeah, we got to make this easier. Anyway. Yeah, I automated my automate. I did. I had lots of scripts. Yeah, I was thinking about giving them away for free, the scripts, because as long as you have those 2 files, you can make your own. You need the ISO file and you need the LHA file, and those you get with the purchase of a board. So, yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, don't play with it. That's what your main hard drive's for at the bottom. This is for emergencies. Don't use it regularly, because it's slow, right? Booting off USB and using USB is slow. So.
It's actually quite fast.
Well,
CD-ROM.
yeah, it's way faster than CD-ROM. Yeah. Yeah. Question?
So, is the Amiga OS 4 team you also lead, like producing that ISO that you mentioned earlier?
Yes. Yes,
So
they produce
if I remember
ISO.
correctly, that ISO, at least a few years ago, had a bunch of floppy disk images in it that you also need to mount.
Oh yeah, you're right. There's even more extras on the Amiga OS CD. Yeah, I didn't even touch those. You're right. You're right. Yeah.
Like initially, Amiga OS was on floppy disk, maybe
Yeah.
5 or 7 floppy
Yeah.
disks.
There's a whole bunch of extras.
Moving to an ISO many years ago, probably before
Mhm.
you started, and then now it's inside a USB stick and GFS. So there's 3 layers now. So at some point, someone should probably flatten it.
Yeah, flatten it out, make it a nicer package.
No, not saying you should, but
No, I
sounds like
agree. I agree. Yeah, it's about time. It's about time. Yeah, I forgot.
there's also there's extras on the Amiga OS ISO that I didn't even touch them. I just did default install for the emergency, right? Yeah, so you can actually go back and install some of those if you want. There's a bunch of extras, and there's run-in UAE, and there's ADF images on there, and oh man, what else is on there? There's a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, yeah, and the ROM images are there. Yeah, you get the ROM images too for the 3.0, 3.1, 2 point something. Those are all there. Yeah, yeah, they're included on the ISO. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. But again, I didn't put it on the emergency. It's emergency. But you did buy them when you bought the license, yeah. Yeah, so you can put those on. Yeah, question? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The extras, contributions, they're all there, but I didn't put them on the emergency.
But you did, because I remember seeing
Yeah.
you guys direct notes to the newest version as opposed to the old
Oh, that extras. Yeah, see, I didn't even mention it. Well, I sort of mentioned that a little bit. And the extras, install desired extra software. So I was instructed to put all this other junk on there. I think, yeah, my boss there insisted on Dopus, so. I was not putting it on there, but he's forced me. It's gone. I'm a shell guy, so I don't care about the GUI. It was the free one.
Well, 4.2 and 5 are both free.
It's 4.2.
Was it? Okay. I downloaded whatever the latest was.
Yeah, it's available. The source
Yep.
is available if you want to go fix it.
I'll show it tomorrow. I'll bring my machine tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, it'll be live over there at the back room. Yeah, back table there. Oh yeah, there's so much stuff. See, that's the thing about a emergency USB drive. How much more junk do you want to put on there? So.
If you're saving stuff, having somebody open it in there to get in and further fudge and stuff makes things a lot easier.
Yeah, that was the argument.
Yeah. I can see that.
Yeah, I said, open a shell. But no, not everyone does that. Yeah, you don't want to type, right? Yeah, I know. It's understandable. So we made it pretty. So when you get the board, you get a whole bunch of extras on there. I can't remember what they all were now. It was a year ago.
Yeah. Who did the art for the workbench?
Oh, that was Ken Lester.
Ken Lester. Ken Lester, yeah. The background? Yeah. Yeah. That was another change I did. Yeah. Yeah. And the nice background. Yeah. Yeah. There's lots of stuff.
We can thank Ken later.
See, because I'm kind of a middleman, so I just do what I'm told. Put this on, take that off. Put this on, take that off. Okay, okay, okay. I'm not going to argue. Yeah. But I just wanted to mention all the. See, what we want to do is we want to make. Well, at least Aon wants to deliver USB emergency drives with everywhere going forward, right? I know Trevor, Matthew probably would agree that that's really the way to deliver the product these days, right? So hopefully every new Aon product, whatever comes, will always have a USB emergency drive with it, because that's really a nice touch. It's really nice. But I want to mention how much trouble it is to make one. It's not easy to make.
You could do it on AmiStore and do a ISO.
ISO again?
Well, you burn it from the.
No, an image file. Yeah. No more ISOs.
Burn the image to it and you stick.
Yeah. Yeah, we could have a whole bunch of images on there. Yeah. And it compresses down nice. It's like 1/4 the size from 4 gig down to 1. So, yeah. So it compresses nicely. There's probably more optimizations you can make and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I don't want to take up any more time. So thank you. I'll let the next guy go.
Let's take a couple-minute break while we get things switched over. I think I got it working now. Don't touch that much. I'll get an email from you after like 3 years. Yes. Yeah. That's all.
device, you know, I use it like 3 times or whatever, so okay, it works. I was in a small apartment, I didn't have a lot of space. I got a lot of stuff where I don't know, I was in the military for 20 years. A lot of stuff too, like trash or
I was gonna do the door.
I don't think many people are going to use that door.
You don't want to do that one?
I do. Because there are many more that we
It's fine. I don't care.
I'm just concerned about outside noise.
Floppy drives.
We're good.
Can't take away all my systems. A couple of them are kind of dusty and stuff. I got one out of 1200 that was
You should be hot, ready to go. Is the body pack on?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Okay, let's get our next presentation going.
Hello, everybody. I'm Charles Hofer. I'm a
Ryan, Deneen, we're trying to start. Yeah, you're making noise. I can hear you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Charles Hofer. I'm an Amiga-aholic, for which I'm told there's no cure. So a little bit about me. I have my own company. I'm a Cisco guy. I'm a CCIE. When I got it in 09, there was like 100 of us in the country. I do routing and switching. I call myself a Marine. I go into companies that have network issues, and I fix them, and I either support them or I give it back to their IT staff. That's what I do. A little bit about the logo here. I actually did that on PageStream. I am not artsy at all, as my daughter will attest. But I did that all on PageStream, and he's 20 years old, but I modified him. He's Bite, that's what I call him, my mascot. And if you notice on there, there's all little Amiga things, and he's actually X5000. So there's my little mascot. So I'm an Amiga-aholic. It's not an addiction, more of a passion. I started in 1988. I got my first Amiga 2000 HD and a 1084, not a 1084S monitor. I graduated high school in '85. I'm really dating myself now. In high school, we had TRS-80 Model 3s and 4s, and we had the Apple IIes. I didn't really care for the Apples. We played Wizardry on it. Wizardry was fun. I got into Commodore in '83. My sister bought us a VIC-20 for the family with a cassette tape. My buddies had a 64. They would play this game Ultima, and there was like Ultima 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they'd play it for hours. I was never really into that. I got an associate degree in electronics. So you can't blame me anymore for my addiction. And my wife wanted me to, who's watching the webcast, she wanted me to bring up the clock. She said, don't forget the clock. And she was mad at Amiga Kit because she got that for my Christmas present a couple of years ago, and there was some delay in shipping. I don't know if it was the little Amiga logo that comes with it or something, but we got it like January 10th. So she wasn't happy. So then my daughter, who's here, a few years ago, and at the 37th year, we started making cakes every July. And then this year, for the 39th, we got the checkerboard square mold, because we wanted to make the actual checkerboard cake that he AI'd. But the batter was a little bit runny, and it turned into more of a marble cake inside, but it was good. It's cake. I mean, like it says, let them eat cake. And of course, I'm a big Eric Schwartz fan. I actually met him in '95, and he signed my the one CD I bought from him. But yeah, we love Amy the Squirrel and all his characters. So you're going to see them throughout, and I hope I don't infringe on any copyrights with Eric or anything. I didn't get permission, but I thought I'd give him kudos throughout the presentation. And a little in memory of the folks that brought us the Amiga. And I guess Dave Needle passed in like 16 or 17. So here's my Amiga collection. I have 15 Amigas. It wasn't like I went out and bought them. It's just like some of it I fell into. But I have 2 Amiga 500s, one with a Bodega Bay. I have a 1000 in a box. I have a rare A2000 with an 060 Blizzard board. I have 5 4000s, 2 4000Ts with 060s. I got 2 Ds with 060s, and then one kind of, and I'll explain later about the mediator and how that came about. I have the CD TV with the professional package, which means it has a keyboard, mouse, and external floppy. I have the CD32 with the SX32, and it actually has where you can get a 40-pin hard drive and 8 mega RAM and so forth. I actually have, in the new generation of Amigas, I have a Amiga 1 XE, but I retired that for the 5000. I have one 5000, I have a SAM 4060 LE, and I just got my 1222. It's still in the box. I haven't built it yet. Does this mic go? No, this is fine. So in '86, I got into computers since my high school had a Radio Shack, so I bought a Radio Shack. Bought it for $400 used, only had one floppy. It was the big one. And then in my school, in the computer lab, they actually had a 4P. And the one on the left is the one I bought with only one hard drive used, and then the school had the 4P. They call it portable, but it's 26 pounds and the size of a sewing machine. I'll add that I had some screen issues that I fixed with some capacitors that dried out, and it is fully functional, but let's go back to the... Yep. So it has a 9-inch green screen, size of a sewing machine. It had 2 floppies, 5 1/4. It had 64K. Bill Gates would be, so happy. And then it had another 64K bank of RAM drive. It had the little squeaky PC speaker. But one thing that was happening, like maybe a year or so after I bought it, the bearing was going out in drive 0. And at that time, Tandy was like they were like going away from the TRS-80 more to the PCs. So you couldn't like get drives and stuff, and if you found them, they were expensive. But I was able to source the bearing, and I fixed it, and that lasted about a year or so. So the reason I'm bringing all this up, this is what got me moving toward the Amiga. That's that. And then here's it actually working that I fixed it. In high school, I did the periodic table elements in BASIC. And then during COVID, I did an actual subnet calculator in BASIC to see if I could still do it. And I retrofitted it with a 3.5-inch floppy for the drive that was dead. Kept giving me trouble. And then there's a guy in Australia that actually I bought, has a hard drive. It's an SD hard drive that you plug in the back. And that's kind of cool. And it came with a bunch of software. So in comes the Amiga. So this is 1988. I was ready to plunk down $2,500 on a 386 EGA. And my buddy was in the Air Force in UK for a couple of years, and he came back on leave, and I was telling him about this, and he's like, nah, you need to look at the Amiga. And I'm like, what's an Amiga? In the States, we didn't really hear about it. And so he said, you need to check it out. He had Amiga World magazine. I was looking at it, and he was making fun of my TRS-80 the whole time he was in. So anyway, I go in the Amiga store, or the Commodore store, and I walk in, and Maxine Headroom is there doing the NewTek demo. And I was just like, and I go, I want to see an Amiga. And he said, well, I go, well, I don't want to see a tape. I want to see the Amiga. He says, no, this is the Amiga. This is the 2000. And the rest is kind of history. I bought it. I bought it in that for $2,500. It came with a 3.5-inch 51 megabyte hard drive. I hated this hard drive, this MFM, this ST506. It gave me a lot of problems. I must have restored it at least 5-6 times in the years I had it before I upgraded to a 4000. But it was just a basic Amiga. 2000 with ECS, the Fat Agnes, the 68,000 and no FPU. I upgraded it, I put a Supra, a second floppy, the Commodore Flicker Fixer, the 2400 baud modem to get on CompuServe. There was no CD available back then for it at all. And then I actually did, Boardmaster was written in a company in South Dakota that did circuit boards. I actually did circuit boards. Produced the Gerber file, and they manufactured the boards, right? Boardmaster is a wonderful program for that. Perfect Sound, probably brings back memories. Marble Madness, Battle Chess Dragon. I was a big Dragon's Lair fan in the arcade, and I was so excited when I found out that it ran it. Blood Money, Test Drive 2 is another favorite, so is the Cerdan. The New Tech demo actually got me into the Art of Noise group. And then the Octamed Amiga nuts just blew my mind when I heard that. So then this is about 1992. I guess the CD-TV was kind of a flop at that point, and Commodore had all these CD-TVs. And they set up a buy direct program. It was $300. You call the 800 number at Commodore, and they shipped you one. Back then, you could do the Parnet, which was written by Matt Dillon. He did actually two good programs I used. This and Dice's compiler. If you guys don't know about Parnet, which you probably do, it's a modified parallel cable between the two, and it's kind of like RDP today. You could, you had CD access. You could actually access programs from it. Fred Fish came out and did his huge collection. We got the CDXL, Lemmings. Who doesn't love Lemmings? Town with No Name, Snoopy, Groliard's Encyclopedia, and the list goes on. And the Heroic Age of Spaceflight was another phenomenal thing at that time. Oh, and I forgot to put one on here. I did put Sherlock Holmes. That was another one. So in all this, in 91 and 92, I dabbled in C. I took 2 college courses. And the reason I bring this up for a couple points was one was Matt Dillon with his DICE standard, stood for Dillon's Integrated Development Environment. It was shareware, came with no floating point libraries. If you registered it, he gave it to you. It went up to OS3. So when I went into C, it was a Windows, or actually it was a DOS class. It was all supposed to be for PCs. So I went to my instructor, and in Chicago, Motorola's right there. And he worked for Motorola. He was the instructor doing this. And I said, I have an Amiga, I don't have a PC, I don't really want to spend time in your labs. I have a C compiler, yada, yada. He said, huge fan. He approved me of using it for the class. And the most interesting thing about it, excuse me, I don't remember what the program was, but you had to not only make the program run, it was some database thing, but he wanted the object code less than 100 kilobytes. He said in the class that, you're going to have to put an assembler and all this, and to get full credit, it had to be under 100. Okay. I did mine sloppy, compiled it, looked at the object code, it was like 50K. And I'm like, and I did it again, and I fought it, and I go, something must be wrong. So then I went to him, and I said, I don't get this. I did nothing. This is the size. Here's the code. He goes, it's the efficiency of the OS and the 68,000. So they got it right. I got my brother and my cousin into the Amiga. My brother actually went to college during that time, and he was doing like D-Base and stuff. But he got the Bodega Bay. And it's really cool because it basically turns your 500 into a 2000. I have, all my machines are working. On this list, all of them work. With the exception of the XE, which is now in a cardboard box. But I fired this one up like a couple weeks ago. And the Bodega Bay gives you 2 5¼ drives, a 3 1/4 hard drive that you can bolt on the side, 4 Zorro slots with the IBM, I guess it was ISA. at the time. I love this. There's a warning. It will only support a 40-pound monitor. That's a warning. It's got a cool thing of, it's got a little pigtail off the power supply that plugs into the 500 so you don't have to use the brick anymore. So it's one switch, it all fires up. Inside the bodega bay, you have they're horizontal, so you got the 4 slots. My cards are over the supply. But there's the bottom card is the 386 bridge board, the Commodore, and I did a close-up. And this was made by California Access. The hard drive controller, it's a SCSI controller. It came with it. It's a California Accesses too, and then got a Supra 8 meg RAM in it. And then it uses the Janus Commodore software to do the whole bridgeboard thing. I could not get the bridgeboard to work. It would boot up because it would beep, but I didn't have time to mess with it. But the motherboard and everything on the Bodega Bay and the 500s, they're all in good shape. I got rid of the batteries so they didn't leak. So my 2000, so right at the bankruptcy, I wanted a 4000 from the time they came out. And then when the bankruptcy happened, I wanted one, and they were pricey. They were still like $2,000. Same friend that got me into the Amiga, he goes, no. He goes, I'll find you one. And he found me one local in Chicago. I paid $1,600 for it. It came loaded at the time with an 040, and then you got the monitor. And the guy included PageStream and AdPro, and then I bought the other Klondike. And then you see Schwartz's cartoons. So I upgraded it. It had, I still have the Octagon. All this stuff still works. This quantum hard drive is 30 plus years old now. And it still works, but I retired it and I have the SD solution. I upgraded it. I put the first CyberStorm MK060 in it, which is still in it. I got a total 153 meg. There's like 8 meg on the Octagon, 16 on the board, and then the 128 on the CyberStorm. I bought an Epson parallel table scanner at 600 dpi. I don't remember what year it was, but then Yamaha finally released their SCSI burnable drive. I used Burn It. And then I got the Canon BJC 620, and then they had that Studio Professional that came out. There was I think it was Stefan. He was a German guy that did that. And I was like the first guy to make t-shirts around. That was, excuse me. About 2004, toward the end of when it was like my main PC, it started crashing, and I recapped the power supply and I fixed that, and then I got into the dreaded leaky capacitors and I lost the audio channel, but I fixed it. I think, I hope I'm saying it right, the Aridine, that's the NIC card. There's 2 versions that I have. I have the Aridine 1, and then that's the 2. So I was looking for a replacement for that PC because, the board, I've always been able to troubleshoot down to component level on electronics, but I didn't have any surface mount experience. And it always scared me because you'll lift a trace. And so I was looking for a machine, and this guy, Amiga Man on eBay, he had a 4000 that I could just swap all my stuff and put my my CyberStorm and all that in it. That's what was my plan. But what eventually happened was that I found a CyberStorm for that 3, and then I upgraded all that. So then I had two 4000s. So it's kind of like it is an addiction. I mean, once you start, you can't stop. So then Indivision came out with this individual, or I guess it's an indivision scan doubler. It's kind of cool. If you don't know what, it just pops on top of Lisa, and then it scan doubles, and then you can use modern monitors. There's a drawback if you have like a Picasso or another card in it. You got to either have a switch, or the one Picasso, actually you can feed that into it and it'll switch when it boots up so you can see the boot screen. So the replacement upgrades, I actually put those scan doublers in both of the Amiga, the 4000 desks that I had. And then I got the Cyberstrong for it. And then I got the Hydra Amiga Net. So since I'm a network guy, I gotta have my stuff networked. I gotta be able to access NAS, backup, and all that stuff. So all my Amigas, with the exceptions of the 500s, which I want to get on board, so I can network them. So there's the Cyberstorm. These little MAUs, Cisco, I got introduced to those with the Cisco 2500 routers. And that basically gives you a 10 base T into it. And the Commodore card uses those, and I believe the NES guy uses it because it has the port on the back. So that's how you actually plug it. Otherwise, you got to use ThinNet, which I don't want. And then
Ethernet ports on the SCSI card in that picture, the lower left-hand corner.
no, that's the Hydra card. The SCSI card's on the right-hand side. So I got some, let's see, I bought a couple, the guy was selling them out for like $100 a piece, a couple of these GVP 2000s, and then I went on the Amiga database and got the latest firmware and updated the firmware. And then I got doing the SCSI to SD, the version 6. People had a lot of problem with the version 6. I didn't, and I'll explain it, what I found. And I actually, if you go on amiga.org, I did a whole thing on how to set this up, the SCSI to SD card. So it took me like 5 years to get my CCIE, and my life was, and my wife can attest to it, I would come home from work, eat, and I would go down to my Cisco lab and stay there till midnight plus. And I did that for like 5 years. So I found, when I passed the CCIE in January of 2009, I said, I'm going to treat myself. And I happened to go on Software Hut, and they had new old stock of the 4000 towers. And I talked with Joe, who ran Software Hut, and he said, if you're going to flip this on eBay, I'm not selling it to you. So Joe, if you're watching, didn't sell it. This is my main machine of my legacy Amiga stuff. So it has there's two versions of this. So this is the SCOM years of the tower. They come with two 060 boards. They're different, and you'll see when I go to the next one in a couple slides. But this one has this Quick Pack Eagle XP is, for all intents and purposes, and I don't know if you guys know Greg Donor, but he has a website full of wonderful information. And I actually talked to him, and I actually fixed some of his power supplies for him too. But that's basically a GVP T-Rex. It's very, if it's not, it's very similar. Jumpers, everything. And then I'll get on to where I had a lot of self-inflicted problems with this machine. But it has a built-in 4091 SCSI. I have a native SCSI hard drive, and then I have the SD card with 4 partitions. Then I put the Yamaha in it. What's weird about the tower, and I don't know what the story was, maybe somebody knows the actual story, but the floppy, like back in the day, the Amiga floppies, you put it in, it would recognize it, and you'd be on your way. This is actually a PC floppy that the ribbon cable is modified. And to change the disk, like if you're loading the software or loading like the OS or doing anything, where you got to go in and do a manual disk change command. So I don't know what the whole thing was there. I know the Amiga floppies were a little different. I initially put a Picasso 4 in it, but I have, last January, I got the new MNT ZZ9000. Really cool card. It's more powerful than that box because it has two 600 megahertz ARM processors on it. And it's a nice card. I've had a little trouble with it that I'll mention later. And I've worked with, the team over there is great. I mean, you email them and they talk to you. You can go on their community. I have the, I hope I'm saying it right, the DNAB USB card in it. And in the beginning, I was running a Cisco USB 300 NIC, but then with the MNT, it has a NIC built in it. And then I found online, and again, I'm dangerous on eBay, they had a Sunrise 8512 professional digitizer card, so I got that and I threw it in it, and I had fun with that. So this is the ZZ9000. This card, which is like the brains of it, is actually, you can buy it on Mauser, DigiKey. So they basically took that card and interfaced the board to it. But it will do, it does scan doubling, so you'll see the boot screen, and then it boots up. So that has USB, a NIC, and HDMI. So it gives HDMI natively for the Amiga. If nobody's seen one on the right there, that's a Picasso 4. And then this is the NAB USB card. The one with the ribbon? It plugs in the video slot.
So you said the ZZ has got USB?
Yes.
So what do you use the need for?
Well, I haven't really played with the USB on the ZZ. Because I had that since like 2009 or 10, right after I got it, I put it in it. I think the USB, what I read on the ZZ is limited because the DNAB has Chris Hodges stack. It uses Chris Hodges stack, and I'm not sure if it's internal or in their little boot ROM. One thing about the ZZ is they have a little micro SD card that has basically the boot image for it. And when you do an upgrade, you not only upgrade the software on the Amiga, you got to run the installer, but you have to pull that out and put the latest. And the latest is 1.1.13. And then there's, since we're talking about this, there's iterations of it. There's like no auto boot off you can boot off of the USB. And then this card is also cool because it gives you 256 meg of more RAM. So this Amiga has 400 meg of RAM. But I was having trouble, so like I put it in and it worked for like a month, and then there's two, like, you got the black screen of death and the blue screen of death of Windows. This will give you the red screen of death. And the red screen generally means it's the SD card, it's the ROM. And it'll just sit there and flash at you. If you get a green, I would get that, and then I would get the green screen, which is the RAM, which could mean that it could mean that the RAM is bad on the card. But I haven't found that to be the case. I actually bought another one for my other tower that I haven't installed yet. But how I fixed it the first time is I took the SD card out, I formatted it in FAT32, and I dumped the image back on, and I was okay. Well then, when I was doing all this, getting my presentation ready, my Amiga just went black and died. And it rebooted, and I was getting that evil red screen again. And I was working with the folks at MNT, And they said try different things, and I actually swapped cards because I had a brand new one from them. I reseated the daughter card. The daughter card isn't like attached, it's just plugged in with the connector. There's like no screws or anything on it. So I guess over time it can pop out. But I was ready to give up on it, and then they have the no auto boot image and the no RAM. And I did the no auto boot because what happens is the power light will just start fluttering, and then it goes into this red screen of death. And then after I put the image on of no, I first, reformatted the card and made sure it was okay. And I actually swapped it with the other one with the full image. But then after I put the no auto boot, I don't know if it was fighting the DNAB, but I've never auto booted off of it. But after I did the no auto boot, it's been solid since. And it's fairly cheap. I remember like when the Picasso came out, they were like $800. The DNAB is like, I think it's $400 I paid, maybe, and then with shipping from Germany, maybe $450-ish. It's a nice card for everything it gives you. And it'll work. I think it'll work in the 2000, 3000, and 4000. And I guess the story goes he was only going to run like one iteration of it. He's like up to 5 or 6 now, of batches that he's ran of it. And then there's the back of the 4000. The dip switches up top are for SCSI options. The audio connector, and then that's a game port, that's built in. And then I got my, I believe that's the Picasso at that time, and then there's that 51280 Sunrise card. And then at the very bottom I got it cut off, but I had the NAB USB ports, 4 ports in the back.
How would you say that the Z9000 ranks? Like, is it faster than the Picasso? Is that the vision? You had them all. So
It seems to be. I notice on certain things it seems to be faster. Like you guys were talking about Magellan. When I load up Magellan with the Picasso, it seemed to like take a while to load, and then I would get the background. With the ZZ, it's like.
Is the software good? Like, is it supported like Picasso 96?
Yeah, you need with ICOM, you need to get their latest. They recommend the latest Picasso 96, and I think I have 4.3.3, but I think they've increased it. But they recommend it. You can use the AmiNet version, but they recommend the latest from ICOM.
And that video slot, only the 4000T motherboard has it, right? Like, I think the normal 4000 motherboard doesn't have video slot. No, it should all have it.
I think mine has, the tower has 2,
Right.
and I think the Ds have just 1 on the daughter card.
The daughter card's there just for the scan doubling, isn't it? The slot going into the daughter cards just so it can pick up for scan doubling.
Yes. And then one weird thing about the towers, at least on my 2, it has the big DIN. So like if you want to swap a keyboard between a 4000, you can't. Because the 4000Ds have a small DIN. That has like the old PC DIN, it's like that big. I don't know why they did that. Maybe they had a bunch of DINs that they had to get rid of, but they didn't. They don't have the mini DINs. That's one weird thing I think they see about it. It's a nice box though. So get into my self-inflicted issues with it. It took me 10 years to fix it because it would be unstable. It would boot, it would be fine, and it would crash. And I found this hack, this fast blitz. It was supposed to increase the blitter speed, but it just crashed. And then I found another thing with that XP quick pack card. You can only use the 060 libraries that come with it. If you try to use, because I was on the forums and I worked with what's his name, Richter, and he was telling me to go and get this one and that one, but once I got rid of the Fast Blitz, and I got the original Quick Pack. And then I was messing with Storm C and Magic Menu. They have a conflict, but they actually have a patch for it. So now that machine is solid. And then the other problem I had too was, so I used Genesis for networking or to get on the internet. And for some reason with the DNAB, which I didn't have a NIC card in it, but the little USB dongle, on exit it would freeze the computer for some reason. So then I switched to Miami DX, and that seemed to fix it. And then I was just gonna go over, I'm sure most of you guys know about SCSI. One thing with SCSI on the 4000T, it's an active terminations. So it has an active termination block on the back. And that's the big thing with SCSI. If you ever have problems with SCSI where you're getting read errors and all that stuff, it's generally your terminations aren't right. And you can't mix and match passive terminations and active. So one thing about this, and the reason I bring this up, is with this SCSI boards, they actually have active terminations on it. So on my 4000, I use the active termination that's built in the machine, and then this is the last in the chain on the other side.
Don't you have the terminator only on the last thing in the chain?
Well, on this, you got to have it on both sides. You got to have it on the card.
All right, on the interface.
Yeah, and then and then this is most of the devices. This has the active terminations, which works out nice. So I leave this the last of the chain. So when I did this was before like 3.14 was released. So I was only on Boeing Bag 2, and then I upgraded to 4, and you'll see why. And I used 19, and this is all on, if you go on Amiga.org, you'll see my whole thing, but I just thought I'd include it. So you need, to program it, you're going to have a USB PC. And then they have there's a driver you need to let it recognize the interface on the card. And then you got to have the software, and you got to have version 6 or version 5, whichever one you're dealing with, because they're not interchangeable to work. And then that's how you configure it. And then you can just partition them, and it's best to just let the card do it. Like you say, I want this big a partition. Don't mess with the cylinders and all that. Just let it do it. And that's what I found that worked best for me. I kept it in SCSI 2 mode because that's what the 4000T does. I left parity on, enabled the termination on that card because it was the last one in the chain. And it works out pretty nice.
The newest one, the RP, what's it, 2040 version?
What's that?
The newest SCSI SD.
Oh, I have not used that. I'm a few years behind.
Yeah, it's awesome. It'll, sorry to interrupt, but if you have a drive, it will copy the contents by itself.
Okay.
It'll just slurp it off, and it uses files. So instead of having to do direct, like mapping onto the card, you can have a hard file that it maps to a SCSI device.
Oh.
Super nice.
And you can see I got this from Amiga Kit.
And it just takes that all and then shows up as a drive on this virtual bus, SCSI bus.
It's a SCSI drive off the file.
Right. Yeah. And you get multiple drives?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah, CD drives, swappable. Alex will be here later.
Yeah, this you can actually, so I did a 16 and a 32 gig SD card, and I partitioned them into 4 drives on that one card. And there's more about, I mean, if you want to read more, you can. What was weird was, before I upgraded to Boeing Bag 4, it wouldn't automatically mount these. And as soon as I did that, I don't know what Boeing Bag 4 did, but then it allowed it to mount. And then when you do the drives on the SD card, just do a quick format when you format them. And I was getting, per sysinfo, I was getting 8 meg transfers. So now we're up to, so I bought that tower from Soft Hut in about January, February, and again, I shouldn't go down these forums. Amiga.org had an estate sale, so there was a gentleman on there selling his dad's collection. And the gentleman's name was Clyde B. Bratton. He was a professor of University of Ohio, and he was the father of the MRI. He actually he designed the precursor to what we use today. But he had like an open auction or whatever you want to call it. So email me, you got to take the whole lot. And yeah, that was the funny part. So I offered him $1,600. He said, take it. He goes, I'm selling the house. It's the possession is going to the new owner on Monday. You have to come and get it. And I said, well, what do I need? I didn't have a pickup truck at the time. And I said, well, what do I need? He goes, a cargo van. And I'm like, a cargo van? He goes, yes, a cargo van. I go, how much stuff are you talking? He goes, there's a lot. So imagine me going to my wife going, honey, we're going to Cleveland this weekend. And I rented a cargo van, and yeah, we're going to go. And we made it fun. My wife is, she follows me on all these stupid adventures I do. So we camped, and then we went and picked up the stuff. But in the collection, for $1,600, I got 3 Amiga 1000s in the box, complete. I got the A2000, another CD-TV Professional. That's where I got the CD32. I got another tower. And then he said, when we were loading all this stuff, he goes, here's another case. It doesn't boot. I don't know what it is. But he said, you can have it or I'm pitching it. And I said, yeah, I'll take it. So when I got home, I opened it up. And I'm like, holy crap, it's an Amiga 1. So when I get to the Amiga 1, I'll tell you why it wasn't booting and so forth. But in this collection, I got 5 Commodore monitors, tons of software still in the I was like a kid in a candy store. I mean, and boards that were like, $800 to $1,000 was all in this stuff that, in this whole collection. Tons of books and ROM manuals. And I had to redo that. So that's my office wall, which is like 90% Amiga and most of that. And Trevor, I got your 3 books. And I'm hoping you'll sign them for me. I brought them. So I got a bookshelf to the right full of Amiga stuff, and then I got all this. So I'll just go through the Clyde collection. I sold off 2 of the 1000s. They went to Germany. These German guys bought them. And I kept the best one. And it boots, so that's it right there. Most of you guys know it came with 256, and you could get a module. And I was talking to a gentleman earlier that he was saying that they got neat modules that you can expand it more now. I always liked the keyboard garage. I thought that was cool. You get the keyboard out of the way. And I think probably the coolest feature that everybody knows is all the names are embossed on the bottom. Even Mitchie, his little paw prints up there. And then, of course, in the debut, you had Andy Warhol and Deborah Harry on a 1000.
He actually sent us a video in 2006 to the show.
I hope I'm not boring you with all this, but... So also in the Clyde collection was the A2000. So I didn't mention that in my original 2000, when I got the 4000, I think they were doing the toaster people were, because new tech, The A4000 wasn't big enough the way they made the case, and they were somehow doing a hybrid between a 2000 case to put all the cards for the toaster. So they were buying back 2000s. I only got like $300 for it, but I sold that back. And I don't have that. I don't have my original machine anymore. So in the Clyde collection, I got the 2000 back, and I didn't even know they made an 060 for it, the Blizzard. And then I love this. So I bought, I don't remember what year it was, 2010 or somewhere in there. I got the 2 meg Agnes, and I was looking on one of the Wikipedia things. It was either the Amigapedia or whatever, and it was the names for it is Super Agnes, Super Fat Agnes, Big Agnes, and Big Fat Agnes. Not to be confused with Obese Agnes, I guess. So the Indivision, they made a scan doubler for it. They have actually 2 versions. They don't make this one anymore. This one had a buffer that would actually use a couple of the versions of Picasso. It's not stable, and now that I've got the ZZs, I'm going to move some around, and I have a Picasso 2 that I'm going to throw in this. And then I have the Aridine, the original Aridine 10-base T-NIC in it. And there's the actual Blizzard board. And then my Aridine. So then we move up. So I called the one I bought, I call CEH for my initials. And then I call the other 4000 Clyde, because of Clyde. So this one, if you notice, like the 060 card was square. This one has a weird thing where the memory goes underneath the brackets of the drives. And that's what there's an actual bar that sits in between those 2 memory. And they're different. And what's weird is like they got connectors for SCSI, but the chip wasn't soldered on. I don't know if that was like an afterthought. You had to pay for it. It never came to fruition. I don't know.
It was an upgrade. You had to buy it.
Oh, you had to buy it? But my cards don't have the SCSI on the board. So that's a different quick pack. I partitioned it pretty much like my other 4000. This one has the Picasso in it, and the Denab. And then I have the Commodore, which came in the Clyde collection. I was like, opening a box, I was like, oh my God, I got a Commodore NIC. And I got that's where I got the 2 Aridines too, was in the Clyde collection. It's like, you're opening boxes. I literally, when I didn't finish the story, when I brought the cargo van home, it filled up. I mean, it was 2 boxes high in the cargo van, and it filled up my family room. I spent weeks to a couple months going through all that stuff while I was working. So it took a while, but it was fun. Like I said, I was like a kid in a candy store. My buddy who got me into all this had a CD32, and I thought it was cool, but I never bought one, and that came in it. And then it came with the SX32, and I see they have a new, somebody was making, maybe it's the Amiga Store people I saw on their website. Somewhere I saw they're making a module pretty much actually better, because I think you can put like 256 mega RAM in the thing. And then on the back it has a 40-pin IDE, so you can plug in an IDE drive or the adapters that I'll show you in a minute. And then when I was recapping everything, so I recapped everything myself, and I bought a solder station, and I recapped all the 4000s and that, and then I recapped. So this is inside of a CD32, and I recapped. I changed all the capacitors in it. My finger bounced. There we go. In 2008, I made a rare purchase. There was a guy on eBay that was selling a 4000 motherboard. Said it didn't work, it yellow screened. So I got it, and I was like looking at it, and I plugged it in and everything. Yeah, sure enough, it was yellow screening. And I was just, inspecting the board, and I happened to notice Buster 90 degrees out in the socket. They had crammed that sucker in there. And I took 2 screwdrivers, and I pried it out real easy. I put it in the right orientation, and it booted up. I'm surprised it didn't fry the board and Buster. So then, at the time, you could still get Buster 11s, and I got a Buster 11, and I put it in it. So then I had a motherboard with no home, and I said, well, if one of my 4000s die, I'll just do that. So then I'm like, I'm going to build, and I went on an Albox. And they've sold this thing for years, this mediator, where you can use PC, if you don't know what it is, you can use PCI cards in an Amiga, and it's kind of like the bridge board thing, but it's for PCI. And it comes with 5 slots, and you guys could read about it online. So in mine, I have a Radeon graphics card. I have a D-Link NIC. I don't have a tuner card. It supports tuner cards. I'm using Amiga native audio, and it does the Spider 2 USB. So this was the box my XE came in, the Amiga 1. I guess they were shipped in these tower cases. I didn't like it. So I had transferred the guts of my XE into a nicer case. And I had this case laying around, so I modified it to fit an Amiga board. And I did some heavy modifications. I went to one of my big box stores and got a sheet of aluminum, and I cut that out for the back. And I had to heavily cut out the 3.5-inch drives so it all fit in there. No, and there is SCSI in there too. There's SCSI and IDE. So I'm using the 4 gig compact flash to IDE. And you can actually you can pull that flash card out and you can plug in a 40-pin hard drive right in that. So here's kind of a down look at it. The mediator it replaces the original daughter card. So the whole theory behind it is that you could to get more space and cooling, and they used to sell, I think it was called a power tower, but they don't sell it anymore, the actual case. But you could transfer all the guts into that, and then you'd have actual slots like the 2000 used to be. And then this card here on the right is the actual mediator. That's what does all the magic with some files to interpret PCI versus Amiga. And what's cool about that is it actually will use RAM from the video card. And then these are the boards I get in there. There's a little spider card, the NIC, and then this is the Radeon. So look at the difference in storage over the years. There's a 4 gig hard drive, and there's a 4 gig hard drive. So now that is all replaced with that. Pretty cool. And notice it's all Cisco because. Well, once you get your CCIE, they put a chip in your head so you can't really buy anything else. So in all this, so I'm building the mediator, and I actually brought a card that I had a Cyberstorm 64 video card that I was trying to mess with, and I had the mediator open, and I was running it, and I was working on it, and I think I was messing with the SCSI to SD at the time. And I go up, and my mouse Y up was not working. And I'm like, so I talked to this guy who seems to be the guru of fixing the Amigas, this Anthony Hoffman in New Zealand. And he told me that I'll probably have to, if I had battery damage, I need to replace those 3 chips. So I bought a station for under $200 that has surface mount with the air gun and soldering station. And I started getting into repairing surface mount. So you can see the battery damage that happened on the board. I guess depending on which way the battery leaks, I'm glad it leaked this way and not that way because I don't really want to mess with the memory slots. Because I've heard horror stories of that it goes to the right and it will just mess up like those two memory slots.
Right, Chris?
So I also bought it's an infrared board warmer because you're supposed to warm it up to like 100 degrees Celsius before you start using the air gun because you can crack the board. So with a lot of hesitation, and this is the first time I did it, I used the air gun and I had a little X-Acto blade and it got hot and they just popped off. I was really scared of, popping the traces with it. So I popped them off. I cleaned it all up. One thing it seems that the battery acid does, I hear it does damage the actual traces, but what it seems to really get is the rivet that goes through the board. Because on some of it, I've just popped the thin wire in it, soldered it, and it fixes it. But this one was severe. As you'll see, I had to do a lot of traces. And what was weird is the one clock wire goes all the way back to one pin on the ROM, that long one. But then this is the fixed. And I recapped it all. And one thing, if you're recapping, and if you want to dabble in it, the best way I found to do it is take a pair of side cutters, cut the cap about in half, halfway up. Don't get too close because you'll rip the traces off, of course. Just snip it. Then you can just pull the bottom off because it's rubber. And then I just used this as a no-wash flux with a syringe, and then just about 360 degrees, and you can just take the right off, clean it up, put it back on. Then this was my Cyberstorm that I'm trying to fix. I bought, working with Anthony again via email, we determined that it was the Trios chip, and I bought a PC off of eBay, a card for a PC with the Trios chip, and I successfully got them both off, but I'm having a problem of getting it back on because once you take it off, of course, the pins are all cattywampus, and to get the pins straight again, I even have a USB microscope when I was doing it like that, but I don't know how to get the pins straight enough to just plop it back on and solder it. No, that's the reason I bought the PC version, because it was a known good chip, and that was my theory behind it anyway. And then I actually dabbled in, I actually took the PPC chip off of one of my mediators because, or not my Cyberstorm, not mediator, because it was dead. And this is actually a kid's microscope with my iPhone. And they do this balling, if you're not familiar with the balling technique, and it's used to reduce costs instead of having a socket and all that. They basically just put you put this grid over the chip. They're specifically made for the number of connections on the chip. You put flux to stick it. You put the balls on it. And then you heat it really hot and it solders it down. I think it was the PlayStation 3s have a big problem with this because what happens is you got to get rid of lead. And lead makes it pliable. So they got rid of lead in the solder, or most of it, and then with the heating of how hot the CPUs get, it cracks the balls. And the fix of the PlayStation 3s where you suck it off and put lead-based solder back.
Is that why the Cyberstorms are so unreliable?
My guess is for the PPC, yes. Because that chip gets really hot. That was the same thing with the PlayStation 3s that I read, where if you pushed on it, and they had things where you could, like, they had like a little jig or something that you could put on the board to clamp it down. It would work for a while, but yeah. And it seemed like from my first Cyberstorm to the 3, they really cheapened up the process. Because I'd say my first one's made a lot better than the 3. It looks to me that way, anyway. So then I can talk to you a little bit about the XE. I don't know, am I going over? Am I okay?
Food's not here, you're good.
Okay. So this was the Amiga one that came in that collection that wasn't booting. And I just went through it, and this socket, the CPU socket, is weird because it's got a socket on one side, and then it has standoffs on the other side, and and then it has 4 screws that hold it on. Well, on mine, the standoffs weren't long enough, so it was cocked. So I pulled that off, I reseated it, and it booted up. I was like, hey, I'm in business. And then I got the correct size. I had to actually probably manufacture the standoffs. They're little Teflon, spacers. And then there is problems with it. The funniest one I read is that it's based on these Arctic chips, and they didn't have the documentation for them. So that's why a lot of the features didn't work. So the workarounds was basically gut the board, meaning just shut stuff off, and then get a SIG ATA hard drive controller, the Starcom USB, and use the PCI card and not an AGP. And for the most part, it was, I got to rely, well, then I had a few other things. And one nice thing is, and I think the 5000 and that has it too, where you can hook up a terminal and watch it boot. Is that correct, Trevor? Yeah. And that's how I found my bad memory. I had a bad memory stick, and I replaced that. And then I had a failing hard drive, and then I tweaked, through the forums on that, I tweaked the DMA in U-boot. And for the most part, I got it really solid, but it would choke on some of the new software. And Candy especially. Of course, Candy chokes my 5000.
It shouldn't.
Even when I had, well, it matters what I'm doing with Candy. So then, okay, so now we're up to spring of 22. I wanted a 5000. And when did the early adoption come out? Was that about that time, February? I threw my hat in the ring on early adoption. I figured they were promising, I'm sure it's a sore spot with Trevor. They were promising by the summer, the new, the 1222 would be out and all that. So then I got looking around, and we started a discussion on the forum, and this one guy went out, and he found that Amiga in France had 5000s, but it was the 040 version. This was a really pricey board. My wife doesn't want to know how much it cost. But it has the 5040. You guys probably know all the specs of it. One problem I have, even with the driver, is everybody that I was watching, I had a 550 in it, and they said, no, the 560 is better, but I have lockup issues with it. I don't know if it's that board. I swapped it back, and then I don't have any more issues. Because what would happen, I'd run like, Emotion? Is it Emotion? And some of the video would be playing, and it would just go, freeze, and then the computer was locked up, which was weird. So I threw my hat in the ring, and then these guys had it. So I said, I wonder who's going to come out first. So Amiga, they said they got a bunch of boards from you guys in the UK, and they were testing them out. And I'm like waiting. And I did this in May. I ordered this of 22. And it was about September I got the board. And for the most part, I'm pretty happy with it. And I put it in this case. I actually, so I took the XE out of the one that I modified for the mediator. I put it in this case, and then it lost its home when I got my 5000. So at the same time, while I was waiting for the 5000 to be delivered, A-Cube said, well, we're delivering the LE. So I threw my, oh, no, my 5040 meets to 4000. So then they said, well, this should be out, by September. January of 23, I got it. I actually got the board. So I have this one running. And it has a little more cooler case, I think. So then I'm up to, like I said, I was an early adopter. I got the AAA package. I received this, I want to say over the summer, but I've been too busy. And I'm trying to find a cool case. I'm tired of towers. I would like a PC case.
I want a keyboard case.
Yeah, or even that. It would be cool if you could put this in like a 1200 or maybe a little bigger or a 500 case. That would be cool to put it in.
Yeah, I wanted like a 1200 style case.
Yes, I agree.
The Checkmate A1500 small mini version is quite nice.
Why it's not a keyboard case?
No, but you can sit your monitor on top.
Maximum 40 pounds. Here's an idea. You can put a space underneath it to slide your keyboard.
Case is too small.
So, Amiga doesn't really have a printer solution because like all the printers have, they're all specific. Like Canon is specific, they're all specific. But one thing I did find is that this HP and its the model that replaced this emulates PostScript. And if you use NetPar, you can print anything, but you got to have it networked, of course. So I have that printer, and I printed off a lot of my stuff from Final Writer, and it comes out beautiful. So there's a solution for printing. So I also, I upgraded most of my firmware on all my boards and stuff myself. And I went through a lot of trials and tribulations with this Willem. And, but I think I got all the bugs out of it. I had to buy this module to do the 74 C400s for the OS, for the ROMs. And then the new 322 or 3.22? Or is it 3.222? Whatever the latest iteration of the OS is. The ROMs actually come on the CD. So you can burn them yourself. I was messing around with this on that with the diagnostic ROMs. But I'm always scared to pull out the CPU board because I know one of these times it's not going to go back. I always thought that was the dumbest design of it, to put the ROMs that you're going to change underneath the CPU card. And then there's the software. I have a bunch of laptops, old ones. The one thing about the Willem, you can do, it's a parallel programmer. So it has to plug in the parallel port, but they do have the adapters that guys have got this working with. So you can go USB to parallel to get it working. But now, there's a slew of cheap I think I gave $30 for this programmer on eBay. And then I want to thank everybody, I mentioned Greg Donor, PJ Hudson's, his website's really good for tutorials on C and C++. He does for Legacy and the new Amigas. I use the Amiga database a lot. I want to thank all you guys for letting me come up here and bore you for an hour.
And perfect timing. Food's
You couldn't have teed that timing up better.
There we go.
Are you gonna make the slides available?
Sure.
Testing 1, 2, 3. I think everyone can hear me now. I have a little bit more work to do. We're going to take a few minute break. Apologize. I'm not 100% set up to run a video or play some music. I'm going to leave the audio up on the camera, which will give us a little bit of background noise. Existing. Oh, Christ. How do I do that? 1 second. I got to figure out what was giving us the noise. I believe that guy. Okay. Broadcast, main cam. Okay. Let me take that. So I'm going to turn up the background noise so you guys here have a little bit to listen to. You have the show cam running here. You'll see people wandering around. I got to do a bunch of stuff. I got to get my lunch, some batteries, and continue to build out the broadcast booth. But we'll be back in probably 30 to 45 minutes with Dan Salvato to present his latest Amiga works.
That's how you got, that's why a lot of stuff is moving around, because the Linux world's out there, that'll the source code for like, writing down the source code, I don't need some of the schematics that are out there. Work, but it's a fun experience. The Windows world is like install next, and you have to do everything that's kind of the hard one. Understand how things work, so it helps out.
They got eight options there. Like I was mentioning in my presentation, the rivet
Testing 1, 2, 3. Yep, this is all working now. Woohoo!
weren't killing anyone, or even trying to start thinking, well, process of elimination, well, that's the thing I love. So, and legitimize that was my process. The issue was small business owners.
or just use the headphone jack if you have like a that. So either one will work fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what my best options are here. I just hadn't gotten that far in my deployment. I'll let people know we're starting in about 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. We're going to start in about 5 minutes. We're going to start our next presentation in about 5 minutes.
laptop at full volume, so start.
Let's start half volume. Let's do half.
Okay. You can see the green. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can see a lot. Okay.
You're sending me something. Looks like one channel though. Give it mine. Hold on. So that's super, super, super hot on my side.
You said quiet.
Hot, like really hot. It's also very heavy on right. I don't know if that's me or you.
That might be me. Because Amiga stereo separation, right?
Yeah.
Is that on left?
I'm getting more even on that. Yeah, that's good. Sounds great. This is your work. Can you say that you approve copyright for YouTube? I lose audio all the time because I'll like play Billy Joel and it's like you're good.
I mean, can you imagine after this? I just put a copyright thing.
Yeah.
I like monetize it and put ads on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, just totally nuke the stream. There's a bunch of old streams that don't work, don't have audio anymore.
Yeah.
Because like,
No, I put this together for the demo. It won't be in the final game anyway.
have you heard of Guitar Slinger, the mod?
I don't think so.
There's a super famous mod called Guitar Slinger, and it is fantastic. And that SOB, God bless him, copyrighted it. Really? It's on Amiga. There's no copyright material on Amiga. Like, I can't fight YouTube. Like, how can we do that?
Yeah.
Which was like to the point where like YouTube will now probably take it down or something.
Copyright violation on that piece of audio. When I obtained it, when it was posted from the 90s, it doesn't have any copyright information.
As someone who owns an IP, I have a decent understanding of copyright law because I've had to, delve into that a little bit.
Yeah.
The fact is that the copyright owner they can do that like literally whatever they want.
Retroactively.
You can maybe argue in court that it shouldn't be developed because they effectively released it in the public domain. But they have the rights first, and it would be up to the infringer to go to court about it and argue your case that you're not infringing. So that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
I fully agree with you though. I mean, it's been in the public domain for all this time.
I mean, I don't want to see them not get paid for their work, but leverage your name, and you did it, and do something new. Okay, so I think we're good. Is that on or off?
This is on.
Okay, at the top there's a switch.
Sorry, now it's on.
It takes a second to wake up. You should be good now.
How about now? Okay.
Yeah, that sounded good.
Cool.
Actually, you know what? Can you turn it off for me? I am going to steal your battery because this is a new one and that one came with it.
All right.
Testing, 1, 2.
Sounds great
Good?
to me.
All right.
Okay, you can stop your audio there.
Oh, sure. Oops.
Yeah, don't walk it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we are going to start with Dan. Let me check my levels here on the board. Making some improvements. That's a little hot. Okay. He does not bite, so you could move forward and sit, or not. You don't have to sit in front of him. Let me get the projector turned on here. Let's make sure we got your screen going, because I know we got some video stuff. Status is blinking. I'm sure that's important. Let's see. Yep, coming up. Check all the stream is 5x5. Press. Fire to be born. That must be you.
That's me.
Okay. I'm like, I don't think Epson ships that normally. It should be really cool if Epson did do that. But no, we can't rely on that. Okay. Yeah, please. So the stream's up and running. I want to thank everyone who's dialed in. It is a little chaotic on Fridays. I don't live in Sacramento. I got to drive here. We're still getting things set up, as you can see from our camera here. So you can see we're still getting some people filtered in. But we have Dan with us. Dan, I think you came last year for the first time?
I did. It was my first year.
He's back again. Like, cool.
Yeah.
A lot of first-timers don't come back.
Well, I mean, last year you guys basically paid for my entire trip in alcohol, so, I owed you to come back.
Yeah, Trevor's always good for some booze. I did bring a cooler full of beer. It's around here somewhere. So we'll have that for us later tonight and tomorrow and during the day and all the other times when people drink alcohol here, which is a lot. Robert, I think you're good to go. Robert's thumbs up. And then Chris is fixing the tablecloth. Thank you. This battery's probably dying. Glad we swapped yours out. Yeah, I think we're ready to go ahead and get kicking here. Dan was here last year talking about his Amiga game and work. And it is freaking amazing. I can't wait to see what a year has given for us. Dan, take it away.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Dan Salvato. I'm a professional game designer and a lifelong classic Amiga fanboy. Yeah, it's been a lifelong dream of mine to make a game for Amiga, and now that I have the skills, I'm finally making it happen. And this runs on stock Amiga 500 with the trapdoor expansion. Should work on the 1000 as well, as long as you have a little extra memory. You just need an extra 512K of fast memory or what have you. Feel like I would be betraying my childhood self if it didn't run on a 1000, because that's what I grew up with. It was my family's computer. I was enthralled by it as a kid. They eventually packed it up once they got a Windows 95 machine. Yeah, but I kept bugging my dad to pull it back out of storage, because, even for some reason, even as a kid, I wasn't old enough to know what retro was, but I still had, a thing for retro hardware. And Amiga was just, it has such a unique personality to it, classic Amiga, just the way the hardware is designed. And that's something, as a gaming enthusiast, something that I've picked up on. It's like every classic gaming system sort of has its own personality, and Amiga is especially unique. And in the modern landscape of games and people's love for retro games, Amiga gets very little love. Mostly because the most influential games were typically on, like NES and Super Nintendo and all that, with the Japanese developers really breaking ground in game design. So we're not seeing Amiga's unique personality captured quite as much in modern day when people look back on retro games. So I wanted to not just make a game for Amiga, but make a game that Amiga is the best platform to make this game happen. So I thought about how can I utilize the Amiga's hardware capabilities, bit planes, and sprites, and collision in unique ways, and even audio in some ways in order to make a unique experience. And this is the game that I came up with. It's going to take a little bit of time to pick up. This is a pretty gradually paced demo because I designed it to be playable here on the show floor. You can give it a shot at any point this weekend. But it's sort of like a precision platformer game. You have this little character here. She gets a jump, and she can jump twice in the air. And she also has a shot, which will come into play a little bit later. And I'll take one hit here on purpose just so you can see what it looks like. Thank you. Yeah. So, as I mentioned, I'm a game designer by profession, and it's really interesting. Not just having this come to life, I see it on other platforms as well. There's a lot of people making really fantastic quality modern games for retro systems, and seeing those modern design sensibilities breathing new life into these old systems is something that's really incredible, and it fascinates me, and it's something that I'm proud and grateful to be able to be a part of.
Did you say that Cave Story is perhaps one of your inspirations?
Okay. I played a little bit of Cave Story, but I wouldn't call myself a diehard fan of the game or anything like that. It was a very cool game for the time, though. And it could be that maybe indirectly, because Cave Story clearly inspired a lot of other modern indie games that may have inspired me, because that was very influential for its time. That was like a 2004 game or something like that. It was way ahead of its time in the indie space. And now we're seeing all kinds of indie games that have this sort of, capturing a retro pixel art aesthetic. But I'm always thinking, why are we mimicking the aesthetic when we can, actually develop for the retro hardware? We have the, more tools and knowledge available than ever before to do this. We can make better experiences on this hardware than they've ever been able to before, thanks to these modern tools. And so that's where I am. I don't want to imitate. I want to. What's shit? I made the game. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can try it and tell me it's cheating after you try it. I mean, it's kind of like I think the experience you might have with this is, I'm thinking like a boardwalk game or a carnival game. Like the toss the ball in the bucket sort of thing, and always bounces out. But it's possible, and you can kind of know that there's a trick to it, you know what I mean? And it entices you to keep going, because you're like, I gotta find the trick, I gotta make it work. And that's sort of the drive that you have with this sort of game. It's very punishing. You're going to, take deaths over and over and over. You have to try 100 times before you do it. But when you can see the light at the end of the tunnel, it becomes a game of perseverance, and it's extremely rewarding when you actually make it through. So that's the sort of game design that I'm going for with this game. The thin ones, you can go through them. So you can see at the top of the screen here, there's a platform that I can go through like that. Yeah. And then the red components, like the spikes and all that, that is, I mean, I'm not going to get too much into the technical side of things. Maybe afterwards if we have a technical audience. But that's effectively pixel perfect collision with the spikes and all of that. It's literally just drawn with a bitmap, and using Amiga's really excellent collision detection, I can do pixel perfect collision on those, and it feels really great for a precision platformer like this. And you'll see that come into play to a little bit of a greater effect once we jump into the boss here. So we make it out of this area. Yeah. I don't do the art. That's kind of the one thing that I don't do. a human who has passed. And if that will is strong enough, it can give birth to a spirit, and the spirit is designed to carry out that will. You know, so there's sort of like remnants of the will of... All right, I didn't do anything. Yeah, so these spirits are sort of like the remnants of the will of human civilization. But you're playing as a spirit who was born, and she doesn't understand what her will is for some reason. It should be intrinsic to her being, but she doesn't know what will she's supposed to carry out. And so that's sort of how you start the story, and you go on this journey of self-discovery, you can say, where she meets other spirits, and she, you know, she has to discover what she values, and maybe the circumstances of her own birth. I think if you look at the landscape of classic Amiga games from back in the day, not a lot of them have, you know, a lot of them are more arcade-style games. They don't go for more of a deep narrative, unless it's like a text-based adventure. Then it might have a deep narrative, but it's very popular nowadays, you know, in the indie space to. Okay, are we back on?
Yeah.
All right. Right. So Amiga enjoyed a lot of more arcade-style games, and I think even to this day, a lot of the titles that were. Over here?
Yeah, let's put it on the table next to the other side. Yeah, shut up.
Okay. I'm putting it down there. Maybe I have no idea, honestly.
Yeah, I know what's going on. Sorry.
I do think it's probably related to like the transmitter. So hopefully it's fine down there, away from whatever interference might be happening here. On this. No, it's not. Yes, and it makes sense because that's what a lot of Amiga fans are nostalgic for, because that's what they played growing up with the machines, you know? So trying to recapture that, we sort of associate that with Amiga personality, right? Like shoot 'em up games and those sorts of genres, base-based games. So we're seeing a lot of those, but that's not really where my background lies. Of course, I did play Amiga games growing up. Played a lot of like Lemmings and Prince of Persia and Scorched Tanks. Yeah, but year after year, I've continued to be a passionate gamer, and so my library is very vast, and has changed and matured over. Testing. Oh, we're getting it. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I think that's what I tend to do best is take my own experiences and the things that I'm passionate about and, sort of mash them together, which is how we end up with a game of this style on Amiga, I guess. It's an unlikely combination, but this is where we are. And the game is going to have some branching paths as well. You can sort of choose where you want to go next as part of your adventure, and it's going to change the way that the story unfolds. But of course, this is just a demo, and it's playing through sort of the first chapter of the story. You meet another spirit named Nana, who is going to help you on your adventure. But before doing that, she wants to test your prowess in combat to make sure you're prepared to face other evil spirits. Growing up, I played a lot of games that ended up being very emotionally provocative. The narrative or the characters that you get really attached to. I find it a really unique medium of storytelling because you become part of the story. You go on the journey with the character and controlling them. You sort of you can feel what they're going through a little bit more personally. It's very immersive in that way. And so I tend to try to design and establish really strong characters in my stories. And that's going to be an important component to this game as well, There's going to be a wide cast of characters, spirits that you meet along the way, and, and you'll know when you meet one that you feel like you really vibe with, that you connect with, it'll be immediately apparent. Or if I do a good job designing them, then that's what I hope to happen. Yes. I would say this is a more honest game than what you're thinking of, which is Doki Doki Literature Club. So there's going to be some dark themes here. I already talked about it a little bit. Humanity is in a dark age, all that, so it's kind of post-apocalyptic. And generally, stories of self-discovery are going to have, the bad has to come with the good. And so that's going to work its way in artistically into the story in certain ways. But there's not going to be crazy psychotic twists in the story. It's going to be a little bit more honest, Yeah. Okay, and I'll go ahead and put this down in a moment because we're about to jump into the boss fight here. is the dialogue here is a little different depending on how well you do during the fight. So she says it's a piece of cake, but if you try this, you're probably not going to get the same dialogue. So the way it works is if you get hit and you die during one of the patterns, you don't have to start the whole fight over. It sends you back to the previous attack. So it's a little bit forgiving where you have to make up a little bit of lost ground, but it still works as sort of a skill check because if you fluke an attack and you go to the next one, then you're going to be sent back, and then you still have to take the time to figure out that attack. But it's the same thing. It's like, yeah, these patterns are designed for you to be able to just take your time and focus on avoiding and come up with like a solid strategy of how you're going to get it and start getting in hits. That's kind of what I'm going for. Thank you. Yeah, and you'll notice some of those attacks have a lot going on the screen. Yeah, this game runs at a full 60 frames per second, and I can get up to maybe about 200 bullets on the screen and retain that frame rate. And to get that kind of performance, I had to, I had to code the entire game engine from scratch. I've been working on it for about 2 years. And two, the entire thing's fully handwritten in assembly language. Yeah, runs on a 1000. Yeah, just you need a total 1 megabyte of RAM, so 512 chip and 512, fast or slow. Yeah, it's bare metal. It only uses the OS when it's loading files. So kind of in between levels, it does some file loading routines. And that's because I want to play nice with the OS to kind of provide the option to load from floppy or to just copy the files to the hard drive and the game will work natively, I don't have to go crazy with like track loaders versus, hard disk access. I want to let the OS take care of that because as we know, the variance in these machines is vast and everyone has their own favorite setup on how they like to load these games. A good amount, and and again, if you're technically minded, I would love to get into that. It was a big challenge. The way that I have certain modules loading in, it was really fun and interesting to implement all of my own file structures for that, and even code modules as well. A lot of these attacks, as you can tell, are pretty meticulously coded. So I have systems where I'm loading in code modules, but despite them being modules, they have complete access to every function in the game's code base, and so doing sort of the relocation for that was an interesting challenge. that's the end of the demo. Thank you. I had just a reminder that one death is the one I took on purpose at the beginning. Yeah, no, there's a little bit of a dark twist at the end of the demo, but it's more about, you know, it's not happening halfway through the game. It's not like a, you know, I'm not giving the finger to the player or anything like that. It's more to set the stage, set the tone of the game, you know? There's sort of this helper character that's introduced sort of as a tutorial, and she's like a friend who's going to help you on your journey. And then when this happens at the end of the chapter, that puts you in the mindset that this is going to be a lonely journey for the main character, Nova. You know, she's going to be on her own. She's going to be scared, and she's not going to have the confidence booster that was offered to her at the beginning here. So that's really the purpose of the narrative arc in that first chapter is to get that feeling across to the player. You know, having that emotional resonance, as I was talking about, is really important for becoming attached to the characters in the game. Yeah, so the cool thing is I spent all of my time working on this demo up until this morning, I would say, and didn't prepare anything else for this talk. So yeah, this is what we got. As I mentioned, I'm happy to jump into technical stuff if you would like. In general, you know, we could just have a conversation if you want to ask questions about, you know, my own experience as a gamer game developer or an Amiga enthusiast, or you want to know more about the game engine, the demo. I'm happy to jump into whatever you want to talk about. I have my developer environment set up here as well. Again, if you wanted to take a look at that. But yeah, it's, you know, I'm happy to just give it an open floor at this point. You know, whatever you want to hear about, I can get into. Yeah, this is a Mac. I'm just running UAE. Yeah. My entire dev environment is fully modern. I use all modern tools. The build tools are partially like cross-platform assemblers that have been developed by others, and a lot of my own scripts and utilities that I wrote myself to sort of tie everything together and compile the data. You know, I'm giving it things like PNGs and WAV files and specifying how I want to construct them together into a level file, and they just go through my scripts basically, and you know, it churns out the correct data structures. The engine is built specifically for this game, and it was definitely required in order to get this kind of performance. The more generalized you get with the engine, usually the less performant it's going to be, you know, because you have to design it for a million use cases instead of just one, you know. This is something where I designed it for the one purpose of drawing as many bullets on the screen as I can at 60 frames per second. However, the engine is designed to be extremely modular. So aside from the base code of the game, everything in the level, all of the rooms, you know, the hazards, the attack patterns, like the dialogue scripting, the graphical assets, the music, and the sound, they are all contained in a level file. So what people would actually be able to do is they could take the base game, and as long as they have the correct documentation and an understanding of the code base, they can create their own level file and just stick it into the game directory and play their own custom level. And these level files, I mean, you can put code in them as well. And so, you know, if you're executing arbitrary code, you can do literally whatever you want. You know, you can make your own game in this game if you have the know-how and you're familiar with the engine. So the door is going to be wide open for those use cases. And, you know, if the game takes off, I would really, really love to see what people might be able to do with that. And I'm thinking about open sourcing some of the tools in the engine in order to make that possible. So I assume you're talking about the animation with the evil shadow thing. Yeah, that's all code. So I have, yeah, it's all just blitter objects. It's all bobs, you know. She was made of the head was kind of a 1-bit plain bob that was just animated, and the rest was just circle graphics. And I just put like 100 circle graphics and coded them to sort of flow in that style. And And that's how a lot of the graphics and attacks are going to be designed in this game is through code like that. That attacks layer is 1-bit plane, and that's a big secret on how this game is so performant, because I need to fully clear and redraw that screen every single frame. And it's thanks to Amiga's bitplane system that that's possible to do at that speed. I was talking about how Amiga inspired this game, and that's a big part of it, thinking about how I can leverage bitplanes in a really unique way. Because if you look at the older catalog of Amiga games, everyone seemed to be really excited about 16-bit, right? It was at the forefront of that. It was was a leader in the bit wars, you could say. This 16-bit games machine with this incredible color palette of graphics and the full digitized sound and all of that. And I think a lot of game developers prioritized that and made these big colorful sprites as part of their game. Effectively, they wanted to do chunky graphics, but Amiga does bit planes, And because of that, it kind of becomes a mess because you're blending the character on top of the background, and then there's like a lot of weird oddities with the bit planes. It's like even and odd bit planes are different. You have to, you can do dual play field mode, but then you have fewer colors. You probably have to, like, when you clear the character, you have to like redraw the background on top of it. So all these weird sacrifices that had to be made for those big colorful graphics. But they looked really good in magazines, right? And that's probably another big reason why, because if you could say, hey, I have like an arcade, like true arcade graphics, on the Amiga, then your game's probably going to sell, but it's not going to lead to great performance, and it's not going to lead to great gameplay. But we have a lot of hindsight, and the landscape is different now, and we can do whatever we want with the machine. And also, I don't have a deadline. I can spend 2 years on a game engine, and I don't have a publisher knocking at my door to get this game shipped. So I can leverage these unique capabilities in really, really interesting ways, and that's part of what makes this project so fun.
What are the games you have planned?
This is the only Amiga game that I'm working on, and since this is an Amiga convention, that's all you need to hear about today. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Commercially, like, what is your expectation? How do you think that's going to work with this title?
Yeah, that's another really interesting component here, right? Because I would say, first of all, this game will be released for Amiga. Ideally, I can find a distributor who wants to do a box set with floppies. We've seen. What was it, Roguecraft recently that got a box release? Yeah, incredible. I love that companies are interested in doing this, because it's such a cool thing to do. And even if it's not the most profitable venture for the distributor, it still looks really great, and I think it is a great reputation boost for everybody involved, right? The developer, the distributor, and then the fans are happy. So that's really excellent. But this game is, I would say, just based on my following, I would estimate that about 1 in 1,000 people who play this game have heard of Amiga. Not have used one, but have heard of one. 1 in 1,000. So, all of the design principles that are going into this game, in some cases, are kind of anti-classic Amiga, right? The game is in 16:9. It's square pixels. It's NTSC, which all the Amiga games are PAL. But that's because what I'm optimizing for here is really a Steam release on PC and other platforms, because that is where 99.99% of the players are going to be playing it, and that's what I want to be the optimal experience. And in my opinion, that's not going to take away from the experience of Amiga fans, because putting in a floppy and having this game run on Amiga in general is going to be incredible in itself. It's going to be really novel to play this game on real hardware, and that's going to elevate the experience for Amiga fans who want to play it in that way. And so I'm really happy to optimize the experience for modern platforms in this way, to be in line with what modern gamers expect in their games. So that's a little bit on the release strategy of this game. I can't give you like a numbers prediction on how this might perform, and that would partially depend on the quality of the final game, which remains to be seen. But I would say that even if the game had a small following, I would be really thrilled and happy. As I mentioned, it's been a lifelong dream of mine to make a game like this, and just to see any reception at all, to see some people like it, is going to mean the world to me.
Can you walk through a little bit of your dev environment? And I'm particularly interested in what the original Commodore, you got some Commodore folks here,
Yeah.
they think of a modern development tool against their brainchild so many years ago. We do have some people in the room, and I'd like to see their take on your modern dev.
Yeah, I'd be happy to walk through some stuff. Let me see. So of course I have this running in an emulator here, and I can't show absolutely everything, but I can show you some of the important stuff. And my environment's a little bit unconventional. I use Vim for my actual text editing, but there are amazing setups people have in VS Code for this sort of thing. There's Amiga development extensions for VS Code that set up the dev environment for you. But for the purpose of being able to iterate as rapidly as possible, I set up a lot of my own amenities as well. Typically with software, especially games, the faster you can iterate on things, the better a game you can make. And so when I want to build my game, I just hit a hotkey, and in about 1 second, I'm in and testing my changes just like that. And there's a lot of work to make that happen. First of all, I'm assembling an Amiga game on a computer that's probably 100,000 times faster than an Amiga, so that helps. But the emulator environment works really well for this. I think last year when I showed this off, I was building and the emulator was booting up every time. I further optimized this, and I actually just have the emulator running in the background. I have a save state just on the DOS screen here, and when I hit build, I run a script on my Mac after the game builds. It puts the window in focus, hits enter in the DOS screen, and then enters warp mode for about half a second in the emulator to put myself right in the game. And that's just a script, that I wrote for the Mac. It's a piece of cake to write those sorts of things with AppleScript. But that's a small optimization that ends up making a huge improvement. And we get debugging tools as well. I can, let me see if it happens to be set up. But yeah, let me just jump into a file here and go to like the initialize function, and then, start up the debugger. And I use this quite a bit. It's amazing that someone wrote a plugin to make this possible in Vim. And you can do this in VS Code as well. VS Code's built-in debugging tools, the extension includes support for them. So we jump in here, and yeah, it's effectively a full debug environment. I can step through the code. I can view all the registers. I can view and modify memory. It's pretty much everything you would expect out of a dev environment. And there are a couple of quirks here and there, but yeah. I had one set right here. This is what I jumped into, is this sort of entry point. But yeah, I can set arbitrary breakpoints. I don't think I could do memory breakpoints. That is the debug environment for Amiga emulators is a little bit strange, because I think WinUAE has great built-in debugging tools, but in order to do remote debugging, at least FSUAE, WinUAE might have it now, but FSUAE, for cross-platform, doesn't have remote debugging built in, and so there's people who have forked it and added their own remote debugging support, and that's kind of what I have going on. So there are a couple of quirks here and there, but it's actually amazing how effective it is, and I've gotten a lot of mileage out of this, especially during the production of this demo. So that is, that's an example of what it's like to actually build and test and iterate on this game. And then in terms of putting together the level files, I have a, well, I didn't think about it, but I can make the text a little bit bigger here. I have a TOML file, which is just a markup language like YAML or XML or something like that. that effectively just specifies all the information that the level needs, you know? So I can give it event systems, I can give it attacks, bobs, and scripts, and you know, backgrounds and other graphics. Here's all the sound effects where I just say the sample rate and the volume and all of that. Here's room definitions, every single room that I was traversing through. It has a hazards image, which is all the spikes and things like that. There's the yeah, so the cool thing is this system that I'm showing you is not specialized for my game. I wrote a generalized piece of software called Simple Binary Builder, and you can, and it's open source, it's on GitHub, you can use it to create your own data structures. And so based on what you're doing, you can very quickly and easily create your own validation for the types of data structures that you are making. So, for example, let's see, this is one I actually had to do while working on the demo because I caught a strange case where when defining sprite animations, let's see if I can go to a place where that's relevant. So yeah, here's some sprite animations, and for each animation, I have, for example, a list of all the different sprite IDs that make up the animation, and then a list of frame times, you know? So it's like this sprite lasts for 4 frames, this one lasts for 5. They're usually all the same frame times for like a smoothly animated sprite, but sometimes you want it to pause a little bit or go faster depending on the motion. Yeah, and these two tables, of course, need to have the same number of entries in them, you know? Because each sprite ID needs, you know, its own frame time. But I accidentally ran into a case where they were not the same, and I didn't have validation for that, and it was, you know, kind of screwed me over for a little bit. So as soon as I caught that, I just, yeah, I threw in my validation for it. Yeah, here's the data structure for animations, and down here, where the frame times are specified, it just, you know, compares that to the length of the sprite IDs and throws an error if they're not equal. And
So your simple binary loader, did you call it?
builder. Yeah.
You're using it to build other games,
No, I built it for this game specifically. Yeah, but I realized it would be just a really great generalized tool because I built it because I couldn't find the tool that I needed. Yeah, and so I'm like, okay, well, that probably means other people could use something like this, especially people in the retro game development scene, you know, where you kind of need to build all of your own custom data structures because, you know, you can't just throw a bunch of PNGs into Unity game engine and call it a day, you know? No. That is a good question, and I think it comes down to determining what the right tools are for the job, because sometimes the inefficient way is the way to go, you know? The generalized, bulky, poor performance game engine, we don't like them, but in a number of cases, honestly, it leads to making better games. And the reason is that you don't have to spend all this time building your own tools and getting into the nitty-gritty. All of that time, which in this case took me hundreds and hundreds of hours to build this game engine, could have gone straight to game design, you know? And so now I'm releasing a game where, you know, I put, I don't know, let's just say 1,000 hours in the game engine and then 1,000 hours in game design. Well, maybe I could have gone 100 hours in the game engine and 1,900 hours into game design, and maybe that would have resulted in a better game. And that's really what these less efficient, modern, generalized tools afford us. And so it really comes down to just deciding what's going to make the better game in the end.
Did you take any professional training to do your game designs?
I did not.
This is all your own love of work and where does it go?
Yeah, it's self-taught, and I think that where that comes from is, you know, there's these communities. The Amiga community is one example, of course, but other gaming communities as well. Just as I grew up, I was so passionate about this game and the community I was a part of. It meant so much to me that I wanted to contribute to it, you know? I had these emotional experiences playing these games and being a part of these communities, and that inspired me to want to provide that to others, you know? I think through through this sort of creative work, it's almost a form of communication. You know, I'm taking everything that all the emotions that I took in, and I'm delivering it to other people to give them a similar experience, and that really drove me to learn what I needed to learn in order to get these things done. It was a slow process, of course. It was one step at a time until we've reached a culmination that we're seeing here, for example. But I think that sort of doing by learning, just bit by bit, is really the way to go, and you can, and that can't be captured through taking classes, for example. You know, you have to channel your passion.
So let's wrap up. That's okay?
Yeah, totally.
Dan will be here all weekend.
Yeah, please talk to me. I'd love to show off more. You can try out my game. You know, I would love to watch you try my game. That'll be fun for me. It'll make for good playtesting as well, you know, because a whole variety of skill levels are going to be playing this game, and so, you know, I'll be taking mental notes on everyone's performance, and I would be really grateful to just talk about it and share everything I'm doing. You know, I'm really grateful that you had me here as well. I love you guys. Thanks for your interest.
Okay, our next presenter is in Malaysia. It is Hans De Ruiter, if I'm saying that correctly. Hope so. Let me just get the laptop hooked up. I'm doing things a little differently. And the thing just turned off. That's wonderful. Audio. So that should come up. I don't know why this thing just crapped the bed. Just give me 1 second.
Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me, Hans.
I can hear you.
I'm trying to get the camera on for you, but the laptop is unhappy. This laptop was technically stolen at some point in the past.
It's quite amazing. Okay, let me do a quick audio check, Hans. We're a little rough today, getting started here. Can you say hello? Okay, hold on. That's a little high. I gotta walk back over here. Speakers.
That's what? Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we're going to have Hans go. Hans is, like I said, in Malaysia. Hans is the developer of many, many, many things. He is a treasure for the OS4 community and the Amiga community in general. So Hans, why don't you take it away?
Okay, sure. This time I don't have any presentation slides prepared. So I'll just go through what I have to say. If you've got, Bill, if you've got any questions, you can feel free to interrupt me at any point. So I've got two things to talk about. One is one of my projects, the Kia campus is the Amiga corner, and the other one is the Virtualization GPU graphics driver. wrote this tagline for my company, which says, "We enjoy creating awesome stuff using software and electronics and helping others to do the same." And then I proceeded to ignore the helping others to do the same part and just work on my own stuff, basically. So the Kia Campus's goal is to live up to the second half of that tagline. Vision being part education, part community, a lot of fun and creativity. It'll be a living space. Basically, it depends on who's in there and what they want. Right now, campus members get to see videos that go to the my YouTube channel up to a week before everybody else does. There is some exclusive content in there. There are educational mini-series. You're able to keep track of your progress. One of the complaints I had with the video series on my YouTube channel is people forget where they were at. So if you're in there, you can mark which ones you've done. And there's a private forum in there, a private community for people to network and collaborate in. At a deeper level, though, because there are multiple levels to this, so at a deeper level, it's there to augment my company's YouTube channel and also to help fund ongoing development. Because I don't know how many people know, but I don't have a day job. This Kia Sigma Delta is my main income, so obviously I need to keep things running. Now, the bit that you'll be most interested in is the Kia Campus's Amiga Corner. So again, at a surface level, the Amiga Corner is my attempt to help, especially new Amiga developers, get up to speed, to get more happening again. The ultimate goal is really to get more people programming stuff for the Amiga. And one of the issues I've seen is, I guess everybody who's checked out the Amiga SDK knows, the documentation has holes in it. There are bits missing. There are outdated examples. We also have outdated APIs, which is, again, one of the reasons why I'd love to get more developers involved again. One of my personal things, I really wish I wasn't the only one writing graphics drivers. It would be awesome if there was somebody else as well. So, one of the ideas is I'm creating video tutorials for Amiga OS. Once again, people in the campus get to see them first, but then they go public. People inside the campus, if they're creator or elite tier, by the way, they also get to download the source code of these things. But they also go public on there's a special YouTube channel for the Amiga Corner. So that basically just maximize the number of people who can see it, who can benefit from it. Then at a deeper level, the Kia Campus Amiga Corner is basically a way for me to do a bit more Amiga stuff. So I noticed some people have noticed that the amount of Amiga stuff that I'm doing has been going down slowly because it's pretty much impossible to make a full-time living off the Amiga, which means my company and me increasingly needs to focus on doing stuff elsewhere. So the goal here is I get to do a bit more Amiga stuff, get to help out fellow developers, and it really depends. Like, is this something that the Amiga community wants? If this is something you want, great, support it, join the campus. Financial support will help me, then I can do more. If it's not interesting to people, then obviously I'll at some point have to move on. But right now, that's something I'm enjoying. And I should stress, while the Kia campus has a big focus on programmers, you don't need to be a programmer to join. You don't need to be a programmer to support it. So if you're not a programmer, you can think of it kind of like a Patreon-style sponsorship of creating Amiga content. Just if you join, just when you say hello in the forum, let me know you're an Amiga fan so that I know, oh, you're another Amiga member, you want to be on the Amiga Corner. Does anybody have any questions about the Kia campus at this point? On my project? Okay. It's obviously something I have to work on and getting the word out. Yeah. So I did share my, can you see my screen right now? Okay. So there's a link to the Kia Campus Amiga Corner landing page there if people want to learn any more about it. Maybe I'll leave that there for now because what you're seeing is my emulated Amiga screen. So this is the Virtualization GPU driver running. Now so the Virtualization GPU driver, it's a driver for a virtual PCI hardware for running on emulators of virtual machines. So the most obvious use cases for Amiga users to run an emulated Amiga using QEMU. But theoretically, this could also be used on a PowerPC machine to run Amiga OS within a virtual machine. And why would you want to do that? If you want to use a graphics driver for which we have no drivers, but another operating system does. Well, I have to say that's never been tested. So last year, around AmiWest last year, I had a basic Virtualization GPU frame buffer working. And it's been a year, and we still have no public release yet, so people are wondering what has happened in the meantime. So the short version of this is getting Virtualization GPU hardware acceleration running has been a very, very tough challenge. The current status, I do have full 2D acceleration working well on my laptop. My laptop is like 7 years old, so not the fastest, but everything including compositing, so you can see the composited windows, everything is working. I am having some trouble, like on Bill's computer, we have some trouble with graphics corruption, particularly with text, which we have yet to figure out. And hardware acceleration is not available on Windows due to a broken Virgil renderer library on that one. If you download QEMU for Windows and try the hardware acceleration, it won't work. However, the frame buffer version does work. So let me switch back to my page. Why is it taking this long? There are two reasons for it. One is the Picasso 96 driver API. So it's quite old. It's radically different from Virtualization GPU specification, or specifically the Virgil part of it, the hardware acceleration part of it. And the second reason is the Virtualization GPU specification and implementation is very much a work in progress. So I encountered a bunch of issues there as well. So on the Picasso 96 side, Picasso 96, the driver API expects that the CPU can access bitmaps in NVIDIA RAM directly at any time. Virtualization GPU, on the other hand, does not allow direct access to bitmaps or textures ever. So you can see the massive incompatibility there. Very difficult to work around. I had to create like virtual VRAM and then come up with a system that when the GPU needs this bitmap in memory, it gets copied to a texture on the host system. And when the CPU needs it, it needs to be copied back. Being able to do that, I wasn't even, when I realized I had to do this, I wasn't even sure if it was possible. One of the saving graces is that the Picasso 96 driver API does have a weight blitter function. And the Picasso 96 is very good at calling that for pretty much almost everywhere where it's needed, that one gets called. So kudos to P96 devs, Picasso 96 devs for being very consistent with that without knowing that this would ever be necessary. Obviously, copying stuff back and forth between host textures and virtual VRAM also brings up some performance issues. So I had to pull off some crazy tricks, including patching the alloc bitmap command so that I can keep track of when a bitmap is and isn't used and what parts of the bitmap is used. Again, the Picasso 96 API happens to have a callback hook to let you know when a bitmap, what part of the bitmap has been updated. So when a bitmap gets updated, this callback is called to tell you, oh, this section of this bitmap has been updated. Now, what else? Oh yeah, then there's second major problem with the API is the Amiga graphics library sends draw operations one at a time. There's no concept of a queue, there's no flush. And the Virtualization GPU specification, it triggers an interrupt every time you send one command buffer, or every time the command buffer is finished. So you can imagine if you're going to have one interrupt for every draw operation, you end up with thousands, potentially tens of thousands of interrupts a second, which is really, really bad for overall computer performance. So this is another area where I had to find a way to batch multiple draw operations together, even though the Amiga graphics system doesn't really support that. And I'm quite happy to say I managed to pull it off. Again, primarily because Picasso 96 is very good at calling a wait-related function before doing any CPU operations. So that was a way to make sure that I can batch draw ops and still keep things in sync. On the Virtualization GPU side, I discovered very quickly that the Virtualization GPU stack was a work in progress. There are things that are not documented yet, especially in the hardware acceleration side. And the implementation has got rough edges. So I'd say its marketing promise exceeds current ability. So as a result, things were not working as expected, and I spent ages trying to track down bugs in my own code, only to discover that the problem was actually on the host side. The Virtualization GPU host implementation wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. Some of the simple stuff. So the mouse pointer can be wrong on some systems because the code that handles the mouse pointer, on my system here, of course, it's correct. You get the correct color. But on other systems, it ignores the pixel format of the mouse pointer that my driver provides. So on some systems, the colors are inverted. And likewise, on some systems, if you enable OpenGL, but then use the frame buffer version of the Virtualization GPU device, you've got a choice between GL accelerated or not, then the entire screen's colors are flipped. I had a weird rendering bug caused by a render state caching problem in Virgo Renderer. I actually submitted a bug patch to fix that in Virgo Renderer because there was no way around it. And I think that has filtered through to a release now. Which brings me to another problem, is that a lot of Linux distributions are a bit slow to update their packages. And if somebody uses an older version of Virgo Renderer, then again, my driver won't work properly. There's nothing I can do about it on the driver side because the driver has zero knowledge about what the host system is. Either way, I have persevered over the last year, and it's working well. There are a few minor issues to go, as I said. The biggest remaining problem really is the broken versions of Virgo Renderer on the host side. I was hoping to get it working on Windows, but so far I haven't had a chance. As I said, Virgo Renderer on Windows is broken. I haven't had a chance to try to build my own version, partially because I have limited hard drive space on this laptop, and I have to install MSys2 or something like that just to try to build it. And there's a question on where the current source code is as well. It's not in the Mac source tree. Either way, on Windows, you can use the frame buffer only version. On Linux and Mac, it should work. Still have a few issues to work out. And I do hope that it will be available publicly soon. So, are there any questions? It still remains to be seen. Well, because I'm used to an X5000, it feels a bit sluggish on my laptop. But then my laptop is 7 years old, it's out of date, it's, well, I don't do video editing in 4K because this laptop's just not up to it. Actually, it feels adequate on my system, I'd say. But I expect somebody with a faster computer it'll be a smoother experience. Okay, so 3D, right now I have been working entirely on the 2D driver. And the 2D driver is needed before you can do anything 3D. I would like to write more 3D Nova drivers for Virtuo GPU as well. Obviously that's going to take more time. I think the hardest part is done, and that's getting it working at all. Like working around all its issues. 3D, as I say, not yet. I know every single person who has ever contacted me about Virtuo GPU drive has asked about 3D support. So obviously there's an interest in getting it there. But yeah, it's not there yet. Oh yeah, Virtuo GPU. So they underlying, they say it's based on Gallium 3D, but when I looked at the Virtual rendering code, it's using OpenGL. So underlying the hardware acceleration is OpenGL. So 3D, I'm using shaders, graphics shaders to do the 2D stuff as well. So it's a matter of writing the 3D drivers on the Amiga side to getting the 3D working. And of course, for anybody using QEMU on Windows, somebody needs to get that Virtual renderer DLL working properly. Yeah, the difficulty I had with that is you need that interrupt to know when it's done. And that's the only feedback mechanism. With the Radeon HD, Radeon RX cards, you can query the status via a register or via a number that the driver writes to memory. With Virtuo GPU, the interrupt is the only way to know how far it's gone. Yes. Sorry, I didn't quite catch the question. Okay, I've only tested it on the latest AmigaOS 4.1. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work on, or even AmigaOS 4, but it hasn't been tested. Oh, is that what you mean? So right now, it's been tested on the Pegasus 2, and that's because QEMU supports the Pegasus 2, SAM460, and Amiga 1 XE. So, you know, those are the only variants of Amiga 4 that you can install on the emulator. But if somebody added X5000 emulation, I'm sure it would work. It's independent of the machine. Yeah. Yeah, we were hoping to have a machine up and running at AmiWest, but yeah, if you can see my screen right now, this is the Virtuo GPU driver working. Right, this is running on my, I'm using Linux, this is Virtuo GPU running on my laptop. Did I install it on this? Somehow I screwed up Amiga. So I have to go through the old-fashioned, oh yeah, Ranger's here. You can also see Virtuo GPU in the title bar. So, graphics boards. I think you can see boards. That's true, but it's not going to work on my laptop, is it? Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yes. The Virtuo library, I created a generic Virtuo GPU, not Virtuo GPU, sorry, Virtuo.library to handle the generic Virtuo side. Yes, that could be used for other drivers. I do have a very basic autodocs and stuff like that. If anybody wants to create another Virtuo driver, for example, I'd love to see one for networking especially, because networking on QEMU has been a bit of a pain. Just contact Aeon, talk to Matthew, and you know, we can get the developer files to you. Yeah. I can't think of anything else. If people have got questions on other things, I'm happy to answer. Yeah, that's a sore point, actually. It's the same thing with the Radeon HD version 5 of the driver. After putting all the work in to use more of the cards, so that including the graphics decoder, being able to soft reboot it's hard to get the entire card to come back up again. And that's why the soft reboots is not working. I've tried adding a reset callback so that when the Amiga goes for a soft reboot, it'll shut down the card gracefully, and I still can't get it to come back up after the soft reboot. It's one of the things I've sunk so much time into it that I can't. I've given up. Unless somebody comes up with some additional new information to help me crack that, it's just not feasible. These cards were never designed to be soft reboot. What's happening is the operating system is rebooting, but the PCI subsystem is not resetting the cards. And these GPUs are insanely complex. So yeah, I've just found there's always at least one subsystem on the graphics card that does not want to come out of a soft reboot. That's why it doesn't work. It's now 10 to 6. 10 to 6. AM, yes, 10 to 6 AM. Yeah. That's good. I probably felt about as awake as I would be if I'd flown to Sacramento. I'd be a bit jet lagged if I were there in person.
We definitely have the better booze if you come in person. So normally you can't drink at 6 a.m. Like that's not really appropriate. But if you come here, you can.
So any other questions or time to wrap up?
I think we're going to wrap for the day. Thank you again, Hans, for waking up. I've been lucky enough to be working with Hans on this driver and seeing its iteration. And when this thing works, it's going to be amazing what it's going to be able to do for our community and developers who are interested in iterating faster, like Dan was talking about. Having a virtualized environment to operate in is freaking amazing. So thank you, Hans. Definitely appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Okay, so I think we'll do a couple of... I'm just going to close the laptop on you, Hans.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
See you for the show. I know you will.
Definitely going to do a couple announcements here. We decided pretty late in the game to do a swap meet. And so that's going to be our next effort. Did anybody bring stuff for the swap meet? 1, 2. Anyone else have stuff for the swap meet? Did anybody bring money for the swap meet? Uh-oh, that's not good. Okay, a couple people. Okay. So what we're going to do is it's 3 o'clock now. The swap meet starts at 4-ish. Or whenever people, okay. So at 4 o'clock. So mingle, talk amongst yourselves. Exhibitors are going to start to set up. If you are exhibiting and you do not know where your table is, come find Jerry or myself. If you don't like where your table is, then don't talk to us. Yeah, Jerry. Okay. Okay, so the swap meet is going to be in these tables here and the ones right behind it. Okay. Okay, thanks everyone for coming. It's great to see. Yeah, Brian. What's that? Banquet tickets and badges. If you need a stinking badge or a stinking banquet ticket, go talk to Brian. He's got you covered. If you are a sponsor and you haven't paid your sponsor money, talk to Brian. If you want to make a donation, talk to Brian. If you want money from the club, don't talk to Brian. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Hey, just give me a second. Okay. Oh, I'm not Hans. Let me fix that. Speaker. Sorry, Hans. Too much to juggle. That's me. Okay, so we're gonna wrap up for today. I see we have 16 people still online. A little rough getting Hans connected. I know there's some background audio. I'm still trying to figure out the new body mics and everything. So a lot of the audio glitches were on me today. I'll make sure to get that addressed, and we'll make it much cleaner for tomorrow. We're gonna be starting at 10 a.m. Pacific. I'll try to get the stream up a little bit earlier. We had really good networking today, so I don't know if they've improved the hotel network. We have a plan B. It's en route. So we'll be ready to go in case we have catastrophic networking issues like we normally do. Everyone have a great evening if you're in Europe. Have a great night if you're in the U.S., and we'll catch you tomorrow. Signing off.